Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? Welcome back. Welcome back on this Tuesday. How are you guys? Did Mr. Streamerman discuss the Master Duel deck building restrictions? We have during the weekend streams, but we're gonna talk about it in more detail today. Good morning at noon. See, look, it's yeah, no, I have no defense for that. We just be starting like that every day. I don't have anything else to say. You're going to Brazil for YCS Sao Paulo. That's the 3v3, right? The probably not. I don't know. I've been thinking about it, but I haven't planned it yet. Probably not. It's not completely impossible, but probably not. No promises. We had 3K viewers and then just blackout. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Sorry for ending the stream abruptly on Sunday night at the, in case you were here after during the NA WCQ, but there was like a power outage in the entire city. I don't know exactly what happened. It was like storming outside and there was lightning, so maybe lightning struck somewhere. I have no idea, but anyway, like I was 1 second I'm talking to Nesh, and then the next second just like everything is dark. Like not just my computer goes out, but also the lights and everything. Like I'm just sitting in complete darkness. Is it strange to be excited for a 14-player tournament? No, why not? If you're excited about it, be excited about it. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. XRDS, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate the Prime as well. Thank you. It was, yeah, it was kind of sad, but at the end, I looked at it and I don't think I've missed that much. I don't think I've missed that much from that final. Honestly, I mean, like the tournament overall, NA WCQ, we'll talk about it a little bit today, but it was hype for the most part. But then after there was just 4 cash tiras left in top 4, I kind of got unhyped really fast, to be honest. Like I kind of just, it felt a lot less exciting from that point onwards. So I wasn't even that mad at the time. Dalmans, thank you for the 9 months. We will talk about the Master Duel Worlds rules today again. Yeah, we will talk about it. We will talk about it. We'll talk about it probably the entire month, at least multiple times, because like I said, I'm planning to put a lot of focus on Master Duel this month, because of course the Master Duel World Championships is coming up and I'll be playing in it. So we have a couple things to talk about. Why don't we warm up first, though? Why don't we warm up first? Oh my god. Okay, it's the wrong. Hold up. No, okay. Now it's fixed. All right. Hold up. Give me a second. Whoop. Whoop. People arrive X crazy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. All right. Now it should be fine. Right? Yep. Okay. Are we ready? Let's go. What do we have here? Is this the Earthbound? I feel like this is an Earthbound card, but I'm not sure what it's called. I'm gonna skip it. I am going to skip it. Geety, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Okay, it was a Crash Buck card. I lied anyways. It's a Vylon. Let me just guess one. It was not the one. It was Tetra. Oh, that's the bird with the Stromberg. What is the bird called that searches Stromberg or whatever? It's what is it? What is it? Chat, which one is that? Phantom bird? Phantom. Oh, Glyph. Glyph, yeah. That is just Thunder Dragon Titan. I don't think I needed a zoom there. I probably did not need that. Okay, Cyber Dragon Angle, Cyber Laser. It is Cyber Laser. Okay. Oh, it's telling me that my mouse, that's waking, I think. Yeah. That's Fortune Fairy or Fortune Lady stuff, but I don't know what that's called. Miracle Stone. Runic Fountain. A card that is perfectly fine at 2. Oh, that's Shaman of the Tenny again. Allure Queen. 5. No. Allure Queen. 3? 3. Unfortunate. Murdoch Mix, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. That is Crimson Shadow Armor Ninja. Yep. Oh, that's the Gaia Soul. Yep. Okay. What is that? Backjack. Backjack. Is that Warrock Mountain? Yeah. Mist Valley Falcon? The one that needs to bounce a card when it attacks? Oh, I've seen this. It's a Roy trap card, but I don't know the name. It's a Roy trap card. Wonder Garage. I was never gonna get that. Oh, I know him. I know him. The small with the hat. The small dude with the hat. It's Gem Merchant. Yeah, Gem Merchant. Yeah. It's not Sanctuary in the Sky. I'm sure it has something to do with it. Oh no, it doesn't. Rite of Valkyries. This one I have no idea. That's a Speedroid? Oh, Adamancipator Signs. This looks familiar. This is Moray of Greed, right? No, Moray of Avarice? Moray of Greed. I guessed wrong. This also looks familiar. This looks familiar, but I don't know what it's called. Noble Knight Pellinor. It looks like a trampoline. Well, it's not trampolines. Boom. Boompoline. Okay. Is that Fluffle Penguin? It is. It's telling me that my mouse battery is about to run out. I hope it's not during this game. Hold up. Dark Sea Rescue? No? I was convinced it's that. Dark Sea Float, the wrong one. What is that? Spell Wall. This looked like an Ossa, but I'm not sure if it is. It's not. I have no idea what that is. Dried Winds. Is it this thing? Yeah. Dairy Crane. This could be a Drytron Meteonis? Drytron. Is that one of those? Maybe it's not. Oh, it is. Okay, nice. I just picked the wrong one, of course. As I usually do. Mech Lord, but spell trap. Yeah. Is that Papa Corn? It's not. What else is it? Oh, I know this thingy. It's an XYZ. Shamuji? Yeah. That's a Libromancer. That is so blurry. Is it that blurry on the card? No way. That's not that blurry on the card, is it? That's just hell of a bad image. This is Orchestrion. Orchestrion. Acid. Is it acid downpour or acid rain? Acid rain, I think. No, it's something down. Acidic downpour. That I've been baited by this one before. That's why I remember. That is one of the magicians that you put into the scale that pops. It's Dragon Hit Magician. The other one is Dragon Pulse. Yeah. I do not know. Zodiac sign. What's that? That's key. I've never looked at it from that close. That's a code talker. Is it just decode talker? Decode destruction? Decode destruction. I've seen this. I've seen this before. That's hella old. Yeah. No idea. Oh, I need to. This is very old. Oh, the telescope. Ancient telescope. Ancient telescope. It's like look at the top 5 cards of your deck and then return them. Okay, this is the dude that searches the Medolce. Medolce. What's he called? The messenger. Messengelato. Yeah. Is that Cock-a-doodle-doo? Yeah. I don't know. Mythical Bestiamorph. Ancient Gear. However, I can't tell which one. Ancient Gear Tank? Yeah. Ah, tip! I zoomed way too much. I didn't need that. 7 completed? Yeah. That's Tetra again. Right? That's the same one. Yeah. Who's that? Is that Meowful or whatever it's called? No. Croissant? Croissant. I think that's a Valkyrie, but yeah, vierte. That is Thunder Dragon Roar. That does ring a bell. That's Champion's Vigilance, I think. Yeah, Counter Trap for Vanillas. That's Raigeki Break. Oh god, that's Card Trader, is it not? Yeah. That is Toon Black Luster Soldier. Yeah. We're doing good. No idea. No idea. I've seen it before, but I have no idea what it's called. This might be Dinotherium. If not, I have to zoom. It's not Dinotherium. Wait, no, it's Lamia. DD Lamia. Lamia. I don't know why I was thinking of Dinotherium. This one, I don't know. Oh, the wagon. What is that? Teller Knights? Yeah. That's Link Slayer. Yep. This looks familiar. That's Desquala. That is Moray of Greed again. Yep. No idea. Never seen this. That's Six Samurai support that I'm not familiar with because it's bad. Standoff. That is the small zombie dude. It's a fiend. It's Grave something. No, is it Grave Squirmer? Grave Squirmer. Yeah, no, it's Grave Squirmer. It's Grave Squirmer. Yeah. Hip Hip Hoshiningen? No, just regular? No? Oh, Link Party. We've been baited by this before. I remember. What is it? Star Power. Need to remember that. That's Dagda. This I have not seen before, I don't think. Nah, what's that? Metal detector, right? Yeah. Alright, we have 7 seconds. Maybe we can get this one. Although I am not positive I can. No, I have no idea what that is. Okay, well, 871. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's not crazy strong, but it's alright. Hold up, I'll need to swap batteries on my mouse before another disaster happens. Luigi Amato, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're just about to start. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the picture at Europe. No problem. Thank you for the 7 months. All right. Wired mouse. I know. I haven't bothered getting one yet, but I got rechargeable batteries for this one, so it's a little bit better. All right. Hokage-jin, thank you for the prime. Why don't we guess this card and then I'll tell you what we all do today, huh? Let's do that. We start with Rongo as always. See, Rongo is just busted. Okay, low level Dark Warrior from back in the days. High defense. The year is wrong for this card? Really? Destiny Hero Defender? Defender is a level 4. It is not Defender because it says not level 4, right? Defender, Destiny Hero Defender is level 4. Yeah. Doomlord, it has more than 1500 defense. But we can look at Destiny Heroes. I just don't know if there's one. I'll correct the year for you in chat. It's newer. Newer than 2015? Or what? It's newer than 2015. Okay, that changes things. So it could be... No, it can't be Cherries because it's a warrior. Denier? Denier only has 600 defense. Phantom Knights? There could be a Phantom Knight. Oh, it's not an effect it's not just an effect monster. It's not a link because it has defense. Level 1 or 2. It's newer than 2020. Really? How can it be a synchro? Kunstbanaus, thank you for the prime. And Team Only Duels, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. That's a long time. Appreciate that. Is there a level 2 warrior dark synchro? I don't think there is. So it could be... What? A flip? A flip monster? It can't be a link, guys. It can't be a link because it has defense points. It has defense points. Ninja? Ninja. No. Oh, it could be a pendulum. It could be a pendulum. Shinobi Necro is a zombie. Cursed Javelin? Cursed Javelin is an XYZ. It's not an XYZ. Union. Is this... Okay, Skrelp, since you know what it is this like guessable or am I gonna sit here and like... Was this like meta relevant? Am I gonna know this card or... Don't me like that. Oh my god. It's not been relevant? Unfortunate. I can't even think of one that fits. Which is why it feels kind of pointless. Okay, this is the point, chat, where I will allow you to use Dueling Book to tell me what it is. Or Skrelp can just tell me what it is. Because I don't think I can get it. I have no idea. I have no idea what it could. Oh, it's the new Nouvelle. Wait, those are warriors? Vishal, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Oh, the year is 1970. Why is it 1970? Why does it say 1970? Okay, well. They didn't even have the image for it yet. Bro, card is from literally the past. Okay, well, that was awkward. That was awkward. All right. With the warm-up out of the way, let me welcome all of you to today's stream. We have a couple of things planned. As I've been announcing multiple times in the last couple weeks, we're going to focus mostly on Master Duel this month because the Master Duel World Championships happen in less than 4 weeks. Less than 4 weeks, by the way. And I'm playing in that. I'm playing in the Master Duel World Championship, so we're gonna try to make ourselves familiar with the current Master Duel format as much as possible. That being said, there's still a couple of TCG things that we're always going to cover. Like, don't think that means we're going to ignore everything that's going on in the TCG. We're still going to talk about it. So there was some stuff announced over the last couple of days that we're going to cover, and we're also going to, I think, recap the NA WCQ just a little bit, not in too much detail, because obviously we were here watching it live. And we've already watched a couple of the deck profiles during the weekend. So, you know, it's going to be just, we're going to just quickly recap the NA WCQ. First things first, though, I want to look at some of the news that were published yesterday, I believe. Vishal, thank you for the gift subs. You've been insane this month. Thank you so much for all the support and all the love you've been given to the channel. Thank you. There is new cards as well. There's new cards, there's new products, there's the Duelist Nexus set introduction, all that good stuff. So we're gonna jump right into that as well. And one other thing that I was looking forward to doing is this is not an official announcement yet. It's just something that will happen at some point, not today, but during this month. I'm going to host a tournament in Master Duel with the World Championship rules. A 3v3 tournament with those rules. I'm in the process of, you know, I'll start talking to, you know, potential sponsors and everything so we can offer some prizing. But I think we're going to do just like in a little bit of a pre-World Championship celebration style kind of thing. We're going to host a tournament with the exact rules, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later as well. Once we get into the Master Duel stuff. It's just something I thought of, or a friend of mine told me you should do that. It's going to be fun. And I thought, yeah, we're going to do that. Okay. We've hit another sub goal, of course, thanks to the amazing work of Vishal. Thank you so much. We've been smashing these sub goals like it's nothing. So we are going to Pepe D just a little bit. Hold up. And then we're going to look into this Duelist Nexus set introduction video that they dropped yesterday. There we go. Yeah. So much damage, yes. All right. And let me switch. We need to switch scenes here. All right, this was dropped yesterday. I have not seen it yet. I don't know what it's all about. I assume it's just the introduction to Duelist Nexus. So let's check it out together. Does this also mean we get the? Does this mean we get the? Does this mean we get the like openings and announcements all every day this week? Does it mean that? Probably, right? They said that? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm looking forward to that. DST King, thank you so much for the 7 months. Welcome back. Vishal, thank you for another 5 gifties. You are crazy. You know that, right? You realize that what you're doing this month is crazy, right? I just want you to know. But I appreciate the support.
Hey everyone, this is Billy Brake, and I can't wait for all of you to finally get an in-depth glimpse into our newest core booster set. That's right, I'm talking about Duelist Nexus. releasing on July 28th. Stick with us as we take you on a journey to discover the newest world premiere theme, along with strategies that will make your experience with Duelist Nexus that much more fulfilling. Now, the moment you've all waited for, here is Duelist Nexus.
I've been looking forward to the release of Duelist Nexus ever since we finished working on it. It's crammed full of so much cool stuff that it's tough to decide where to start talking about it. So how about we start with the Crimson Dragon?
All right. That's the big
Yu-Gi-Oh!
synchro.
5Ds is now 15 years old. It's the story of the signers, duelists bound by fate and branded with the mark of the dragon.
Branded.
Crimson Dragon is a tremendously important entity in the universe of 5Ds, but it's never had its own card, till now. And it's not just Crimson Dragon either.
Secret rare angle, by the way. Secret rare angle.
Duelist
All right.
Nexus has a bunch of
Not a bad secret in my opinion. This card is solid. This is a solid card. It is. I don't think it's gonna be that much of a money secret. You know, it's kind of like just fine, because like only a bunch of people will need. Not everyone was gonna need it. And if you need it, you only need one, so it's all right.
cool cards inspired by Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, like Revolution Synchron.
Revolution Synchron, on the other hand, is also a secret rare, which that could be money. I'm not sure if it's like crazy, is that crazy money, or is it just like good money, like, you know, like 30, 40, or you think it's more? This card is very good. This card is very good. Yeah, just in case anyone isn't aware, if you synchro summon a power tool monster or a level 7 or 8 dragon monster, this card in your hand can also be used as material, which is crazy because it's basically a tuner extender. You can only use this effect of Revolution Synchron once per turn. If you control a level 7 or higher synchro monster while this card is in your graveyard, you can send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon this card. Also, its level becomes 1. You can only use this effect of Revolution Synchron once per duel. I'm gonna be honest with you, this card is better than Glow Up Bulb, and Glow Up Bulb is banned. Which is crazy, in my opinion. Like, this card is very, very good. Don't say wrong. Bolt mills Agido, and this can also mill Agido. What do you mean, Scrub? This card in the graveyard is literally Glow Up Bulb, but it can be used from the hand. No, it can't. Why can't it? He's less loyal. Oh, I see. Look at him. He looks so much more loyal than Glow Up Bulb. Of course this can mill. This will always mill Agido.
Wheel Synchron. So fans of the series, and fans of Synchro Monsters in general, have a lot to look forward to.
Oh, illusion monsters,
For the
right.
first time in 6 years, a new monster type is joining the
For what I'm concerned, it's not the first time in 6 years, because we do not talk about the type that we got 6 years ago, right? For what I'm concerned, the last type we got is Worm. Okay? Worm is the last type I remember. I don't remember any other time. There's like I have a huge blackout when it comes to remembering previously released typings. I remember worms. Worms are I like to remember the time when they invented the worm the worm type. I like that type.
Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. While it's new to the TCG, fans of the Dark Duel Stories game might already be a little familiar with the name. The new monster type is Illusion.
Illusions
Illusion
are
is
cool.
a monster type, like Cyberse or Worm. It's not a new type of monster card, like Link monsters or Pendulum monsters.
What type are salads? Salads are obviously pyros, and the universe is exactly in the right place, exactly where it needs to be, right? The type that well, you know, they're saying they released a new type 6 years ago. No, they were joking about that. That never happened. And Salamangrates are pyros, and the universe is in the state of perfect balance.
There aren't any new rules to learn. Illusion monsters have an ethereal, almost otherworldly nature to them. Like they're there, but they're not really there. This is reflected in the shared effect of all the illusion monsters in Duelist Nexus.
Ankle, thank you for the prime.
If this card battles another monster, neither can be destroyed by that.
I love that piece of flavor, by the way. I hope they keep doing that for every illusion monster. I like the fact that there's like... I like this idea that there is a trait that is unique to a type, and then all cards of the type have it. It's not something that we really have in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where like... Yes, cards can share the same type, but not every monster of the same type has like the same, or like some of the same effect to it. Like it's like cards can be very different in their identity, even if both of them are aqua or both of them are like how psychics always pay life points in the beginning, right? And these days there's like psychics that don't, but back in the day it was like all psychics had something to do with paying life points in order to do something, right? Whereas like you know, illusions, I hope all have that thing where they can't destroy anything by battle, but they also can't die by battle. I think that's cool. Union and Gemini, dude. Union and Gemini are not types.
That battle. They can't harm other monsters physically.
I'm Keels, thank you for the tier 1, and Returns
reverse.
Yu-Gi-Oh, thank you for the prime.
But that said, they can harm monsters in many other ways, and they can inflict battle damage just fine.
All Cyberses can go into a Link 15. Do we count that? No.
My personal favorite illusion monster in Duelist Nexus is the terrifying Nightmare Magician. It has the power to entrance the monsters it battles and bring them over to your side of the field. Duelist Nexus also has a brand new fusion strategy that uses illusion monsters based on Yugi's Chimera, the flying mythical beast from the...
I'm excited for these cards. I don't think they are going to be super strong from what I remember when I read them the first time. But I'm a big fan of the artwork and the idea behind it, is what I can say. I'm hopeful for good illusion support in the future, because so far from the flavor and everything, I do like the design of illusion cards and the Phantom Beast archetype. So I'm a fan of it, even though it's not super meta relevant probably right off the bat, but I'm hopeful for it. I'd love to play with these cards at some point.
Original series. It's capable of dishing out devastating amounts of damage in a single battle phase, so be sure to check it out. Two strategies are getting major boosts in Duelist Nexus: Infernoble Knight and Altergeist. They're about as different as you can get, and yet they're back in the same set. The first two Infernoble Knights were introduced in Toon Chaos, but the main force arrived about 2 months later in Rise of the Duelist. Infernoble Knight is a very fast-paced...
Okay, so the Infernoble Link is an ultra rare. I don't know if we knew that already. I didn't know it. That's a solid ultra rare, I think. Some people are gonna look, are gonna be after those cards. The support is definitely not bad. I think Infernoble Knight is an archetype that has a lot of custom cards that you could argue could become viable at some point. Like it could genuinely be something at some point, I think. Styles Clash, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that.
synchro summoning strategy that makes use of equip spells called Infernoble Arms. Unlike most equip spells, Infernoble Arms aren't meant to stick around that long. Instead, you usually equip them and then destroy them to receive some kind of benefit, like adding a Fire Warrior from your graveyard to your hand, or giving one of your monsters a buff to attack twice that turn. Later, you'll re-equip these same cards to your synchro monsters to enable their powerful monster effects. And in Duelist Nexus, you'll equip them to a brand new Link monster as well. Altergeist, on the other hand, is usually played as a slower paced deck filled with trap cards. As a strategy introduced in Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, it should be no surprise that Link monsters are the extra deck monsters of choice for Altergeist.
I wonder what they're gonna say about Altergeist, because like the truth is, it's usually a trap deck, but we're making it a combo deck now. How do you like that? That's the truth. I wonder if they say that.
And Duelist Nexus adds a new Link 4 monster to the mix. Of course, you'll need a bit more special summoning power than is currently available if you want to consistently summon Link 4 monsters in your Altergeist deck. We've made sure that Duelist Nexus provides that too.
Okay. Ooh, wait, new cards? Tistina. What does that mean?
In this world, there is a massive crystal embedded in the center of a great mountain range. An entire crystal domain extends forth from it in every direction, changing everything that's touched by it into the same type of crystal.
Okay.
Crystal rot doesn't just affect the environment either. It spreads to animals and other life forms within the domain of the great crystal,
Oh, that card looks cool.
transforming them into an entirely new being. Is it a natural disaster or something else? Whatever it is, the creatures it's altered continue to roam free. The rot
They do really resemble Adamancipators, right? They kind of look like Adamancipators. The Synchro monsters is what they remind me of.
continues to spread. Something else seems to be forming within the domain as well. At the center of it all lies something that has become known as the crystal god Kistina, and all who gaze upon its form marvel at its beauty and experience true fear.
Okay. Do we get any effects?
If you can believe it,
No.
there's even more great stuff packed into this set that you'll just have to wait to see. But there's one more thing I want to touch on before I let you go. This will be the first core booster set to feature quarter-century secret rares. 25 quarter-century secret
Oh,
rares
right.
in
There's
all,
no starlights in this. It's just quarter centuries.
25th anniversary. In this set, every ultra rare and secret rare card also has a quarter-century secret rare version.
Oh, I
That's
like
24.
that. I like
So
that.
what's the 25th? Meet Magicians of Bonds and Unity, a special card created for the 25th anniversary celebrations. This
Okay.
card will appear in the set exclusively as a quarter-century secret rare. It will also appear in the next 3 core booster sets exclusively as a quarter-century secret rare, but each version of the card will have a unique color background. You'll be able to tell immediately which one is which, and they'll look great together as a set.
I mean, okay, so there's 24 quarter centuries out of the ultras and the secrets. And then there's like this special one, which is the 25th one. But that's not only in this set, but in the next 3 sets as well. But they look slightly different. I mean, it's kind of cool, but I feel like they could have just done like 4 different cards.
I hope that everyone out there will enjoy Duelist Nexus just as much as
I think it looks
created
good
for
though. I
20
mean, it's a cool looking card in my opinion. It's looking good. But like, I think the fact that they are putting the same card in 4 different sets is kind of whack.
anniversary
July 20. I know I am.
I hope that everyone out there will enjoy Duelist Nexus just as much as I do.
Wow, what an exciting look at Duelist Nexus. I hope y'all are excited because I know I am. I'm glad y'all got a better understanding at what awaits you in Duelist Nexus. Remember, if you want to get in on all the exciting things coming out of Duelist Nexus, it will go on sale everywhere July 28th, but you can get your hands on the cards early during the premiere weekend on July 22nd and 23rd at your local OTS. Also, keep an eye out later this week for more theme and strategy videos from some of your favorite content creators. Then, to close out the week, watch as they open up Duelist Nexus booster packs and see what they uncover. Will they be lucky enough to find quarter-century secret rares? Stay tuned all week to find out. Thanks for watching, and don't forget, it's time to duel.
The thing is, do you think that there's no way the quarter centuries are as rare as Starlights, right? Because there's 25 different ones. It would be ridiculous. I'm kind of expecting there to be more, right? I feel like there needs to be more than the regular Starlight pull rates, because otherwise it's going to be insane. I'm expecting it to be like the Battles of Legends set. I'm expecting it to be like the Battles of Legends set where you get 1 every 3 boxes, which I think that would mean that they can have an impact on the price of the regular secret rares, because there's going to be a couple extra ones pulled as quarters, and the demand for the regular secret rare is going to be a little bit lower because some people will want the quarter century. I think that's good. the new archetype design, I mean, the only thing we have right now is judging them by the design. I think it looks pretty dope. From what I'm seeing here, it looks like a pretty dope archetype. I like it. I just like the thing is, artworks don't make cards playable. Artworks have never made a card playable. So we'll have to wait and see what the effects are. Probably until the influencer openings. So we're gonna have to wait and see. When are the influencer openings? Okay, so how it usually goes is on the Monday, which was yesterday, they make this announcement video. This type of announcement video for the new set is dropped on Monday. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they drop announcement videos for like specific themes, right? It's like they're gonna, we're gonna show you all the Altergeist cards and rarities. We're gonna show you all the, I don't know what else there is, right? They're just like gonna show you all the Synchron support or whatever. What's in the set, right? And then on the last day of the week, as the final video, basically, out of the series, you get box openings where theoretically you can see all the cards, right? If they pull them, right, you get to see all of them. So yeah. So we're looking forward to that. We're gonna be here, of course, the entire week to see whether these videos come out. They usually come out at the time exactly when I end stream, but usually we just stay live a little bit longer to see if one drops and watch it together. No, the thing about Duelist Nexus is that I'm only kind of excited for it. I'm only kind of excited for it for a couple of reasons. To me, this set feels a lot like Cyberstorm Axis, in a lot of ways. Where Cyberstorm Axis, looking back at Cyberstorm Axis, there was like a fair chunk of solid cards in there, right? There were a couple of cards that I was excited for when Cyberstorm Axis dropped that were definitely good cards. Like, I don't know, Chaos Angel. Or like Manadiums aren't bad. Like, there's a couple of interesting things in Cyberstorm Axis as well, and it's the same for Duelist Nexus. Like, I'm looking forward to. I'm a big fan of Revolution Synchron. I think that card is phenomenal. I'm looking forward to some other cards to potentially play around with. However, the same was true for Cyberstorm Axis. As long as we have the current format with like Kashtira at the power level that it is, I'm having a hard time believing that the set is going to have a huge impact, right? It's kind of awkward, which is like why I've been saying they should have hit Kashtira harder and everything. The new cards are just gatekept by the incredible power that Kashtira has over the format. Like, if Kashtira didn't exist, I'm pretty sure a lot of strategies like Manadium, or whatever, could probably have a bigger impact on the metagame, but they just don't, because, you know, a Ricehard has text on it. And I think for a lot, like, Revolution Synchron is kind of the same thing, right? Because combo decks around Revolution Synchron, I think, are just going to have a tough time dealing with Kashtira, because, like, it's very hard for a combo pile, because Synchro decks are usually combo piles, right? It's very hard for a combo pile to deal with a deck that can fit like 20 non-engine, and it makes a macro Cosmos plus Drident off of one card. And has follow-up like crazy. It's just not really possible. If you want to look at the set list, you know what? I will, but only once we get all the cards, I think. Like, next week, I think we're going to go over the entire set, because it's still, like, over 2 weeks until release. I think we're going to do that a little bit closer to set release, but appreciate the link. So that's how I'm feeling about Duelist Nexus. You know, it's like, on the one hand, I'm really excited because, like, there's stuff in there, right? There is stuff in there. The new Purely XYZ, the Revolution Synchron, the new Dark World spell is good. The Rescue Ace support is here, which is a meta deck in the OCG. All those cards I'm looking forward to. However, I just know deep down that they're all gonna struggle. They're all gonna struggle against Kashtira. So as long as Kashtira is a thing, I'm not sure how big the impact of this set can really be. but it's fine. Also, the new Runic is also there. Yeah, the new Runic is also there, I think. Yeah, it is. Good job, Duelist Nexus lets any Runic spell out of Rise Heart. Well, yeah. Yeah, Runic decks get better. Which is good. Cash will die in the next ban list. Trust Copium. No, I do think so. I do think so. I do think it will. I don't think we're quite at the time yet. Like, we're not gonna... This month, we're not gonna resort to a ban list discussion yet, I don't think, in terms of content. I don't think we're that desperate yet for it. Because I'm personally expecting a ban list at some point during August. I'm expecting a ban list after Worlds. At some point. Like, I don't know when they will announce it, but I think it's gonna be in effect at some point during August, maybe early September. So I think we're gonna do a ban list discussion probably definitely after Duelist Nexus set release, after Worlds. Like beginning of August, middle of August type of deal is, I think, when we can reasonably start talking about a ban list is my take on it. Buy some more cash, put the nail in the coffin. Yeah. All right. Let me turn the music back on, and then there's a few things we can also talk about. They announced this thing yesterday, which is a 2-player starter set, which I don't remember them ever doing something like this. Maybe I'm wrong. But apparently it's a product that's supposed to be like you and a friend buy it and then you can start playing with it. Does it have finished decks in it? Did they drop any of that? The new 2-player starter set is the perfect way for any new duelist to learn the ropes with a friend, their family, or all by themselves. Using 2 different decks to go head-to-head, the starter set's 64-page comic book walks you through a scripted, non-randomized duel to teach Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG basics from the beginning, actually scripted, from your first card draw through summons and battles to the extra deck, synchros, and XYZ monsters. After completing the teaching duel, the decks can be reassembled to go through it again, or used as standard and complete dueling decks to launch your journey into the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG universe. Each 2-player starter set includes 2 different 44 cards decks, 2 40-card main decks, and 2 times 4 extra deck cards. Total of 80 commons and 8 ultra rares, 64-page teaching comic book. And it has a couple of interesting cards on the cover. Or rather, well, reprint-wise, only one of them is really interesting, which is it has Zeus in it. Which is kind of crazy. That is kind of a high-value reprint for this kind of product. I'm a big fan of a reprint of Zeus again. They have reprinted Zeus a lot in the recent months, which is a good thing, but they've always kind of gatekept it. You know, like they've been reprinting Zeus, but they've not really been reprinting Zeus because it's always been like a rare... It's always been a high rarity kind of, right? It's always been like secret rare or ultra rare or whatever. So this just being like a Zeus being a guaranteed thingy in this set is cool. Also, Visa Starfrost I think was expensive. Visa Starfrost was expensive, and then like I guess some of this other stuff is just nice to have, you know. Depending on the price point, which I don't know if it meant, $20. $20 for 88 cards, not the worst deal if there's a couple other good reprints in there. No, that's fine. I'm a fan of this product. I think this is cool. I think this is cool. And you get a 64-page comic book, true. Launch date, it says here, 25th October. So, still 3 months away. Still 3 months away for this. The better version of the starter set? Yeah, I saw the tweet. That was a banger. Yep. That is more accurate. It's got the Eradicator, the Shifter, the Gozen match, the why is there Aluber? The Prosperity, the Dark Angel, the Duster, the Mystic Mind, the Droll Knockbird, the Sunseed. Where's Circular? It needs to have Circular. No, this is fire. We need this. This is also a great product. You need this. You need like all the degeneracy in one product. All right, I just quickly wanted to touch on this because I thought it was cool. I think it's a neat product that they haven't done before. And I think it's looking quite interesting. Probably last. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate the support. Thank you. All right. We have some more new cards. A new archetype. The past returns to haunt you with Memento, which I believe this archetype is just very old cards, but retrained into an archetype, which is kind of the whole thing of this archetype, is that they are old vanillas retrained into some new stuff, which is cool. I was able to figure out which these... I've seen pictures of these cards before. I was able to figure out what they were based on for all of these ones, but I was not sure what the main monster was. Like, the big dude was based on. Is that a completely new thing? Because I couldn't figure out what this one was based on. Oh, he's just completely new. Okay, then I spent like a solid... I spent a solid like 2 or 3 minutes thinking about what this thing was based on, for no reason. Okay, appreciate that. Me Mentolol Tekutlika, the Nether Skull Dragon, level 11 Earth Worm, 5k. He big, cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from hand or graveyard by shuffling 5 other Memento monsters with different names from your hand and or grave into the deck or extra deck. If you control no other monsters, this card can attack all opponent's monsters once each. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a card or effect, you can special summon a Memento monster from your hand or graveyard. Okay. I mean, on the one hand, it depends on the archetype. This could be either very easy to summon or very hard to summon, depending on whether the other cards have something to do with dumping stuff in the graveyard. We'll see. Level 8 Dark Dragon effect. Memento Horn Dragon. So this is based on Tri-Horned Dragon. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect once per turn. If you have 3 or more Memento monsters with different names in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. Okay, so kind of like... should be relatively easy to summon, but obviously requires other starters. If this card on the field is destroyed by card effect, you can target 3 face-up cards on the field, including at least a Memento card you control, destroy them. This does not seem that great to me, unless it has crazy synergy with the rest of the archetype. But, yeah. It's like removal, but not really, because like you never get to this point when your opponent has any relevant cards on the board. Doesn't even trigger when it's destroyed by battle, so you can't, like, crash to clear the board. Nah. Memento Tatsuno Toshigo, which is like that weird vanilla horse. Half horse, half fish, or whatever it's. Level 5 Earth Beast. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control no face-up monsters other than Memento monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. This means... you need to control a Memento, right? Or can you just control nothing? Wait, no, nothing works, right? It works if you have nothing, right? No monsters, it works. Yeah, okay, never mind. I misread this. Okay. Papa Gregorio Settimo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the support. Okay, so you can just summon this. During your main phase, you can destroy a Memento monster you control, and if you do, send any number of Memento monsters with different names whose total levels are equal to or lower than the destroyed monster's original level from your deck to the graveyard. Okay. This is an interesting card because you can just special summon it and then destroy itself, and then you can foolish Memento monsters up to level 5. Which is interesting. Right? You can pop itself. Depending on what the others are. Like, if the others have interesting graveyard effects, we'll see. Memento Fair Witch, which is based on, I think, Fairy Witch, or whatever it's called, the vanilla. Level 3 Dark Spellcaster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or specialed, you can add a memento from deck to hand except Fairwitch. Okay, good. You can target a level 2 or lower memento monster in your grave, destroy a memento you control, and if you do, special summon the targeted monster. Okay. This seems like this is going somewhere. You know, you normal summon this, search the horse, special summon the horse. You can destroy the horse to send whatever, and then you can reborn whatever you want. You're kind of getting places. All right. Idea can summon this from deck. Oh, right. No, it has Squire stats. 800, 1000. It has Squire stats. That's funny. Memento Mace. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During your opponent's main phase, if you control the big dragon, you can discard this card, target a monster your opponent controls, take control of it until the end phase. That's powerful disruption. That's a powerful hand trap if you have the dragon on board. I don't know how feasible it is. I'm not sure how feasible it would be, you know, but during your main phase, you can destroy a memento monster you control, and if you do, add a memento card from your deck to your hand, except Memento Mace. And then Memento Goblin. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. During the main phase, control Memento. You can discard this card. Your opponent cannot target memento monsters with card effects this turn. During your main phase, you can destroy a memento monster you control, and if you do, send up to 2 memento cards with different names from each other from your deck to the grave, except Memento Goblin. Okay. Alright. Unfortunately, none of them have graveyard effects. So it's not like the horse milling them all to the graveyard does anything. Right? Milling them all doesn't really do much for it, which is kind of whack. There's a field spell though, which is always scary. If you can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. If your memento monster battles, your opponent cannot activate spell and trap cards until the end of the damage step. If a monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target one of them, special summon a memento monster with a lower level from your hand or graveyard. Once per turn, during your end phase, you can target a memento spell trap in your grave, set it. Okay, so this card does not at all boost consistency, but it is probably a combo, like a combo enabler in some way, shape, or form, but it's not great. Memento Bone Party. Quick play. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Destroy a memento monster in your hand or face-up field, and if you do, take a memento monster with a different name from your deck, and either add it to your hand or special summon it in defense position. Oh, that's good. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a memento you control. If it attacks a defense position monster this turn, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. Okay, that's not that great, it's just a small bonus, but the first effect is nice. The first effect is nice, right? It's emergency teleport with a cost attached, which I think is a fair thing to do. I think everyone who's played against Punk could agree that emergency teleport should probably have a cost attached to it and could still be a good card. The thing is, yes, if you're gonna base your strategy around the 5k dude that can attack all of your opponent's monsters, giving it piercing could actually be relevant in that case, right? Memento Bone Back. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a face-up memento leaves the field by your opponent, special summon a from hand or deck ignoring its summoning condition. The big dragon. Okay. That's not very easy to make sure. You can crash. Does that count? Yeah, it counts, right? If you crash, that counts. I feel like. I'm pretty sure it does. If your opponent moves a memento monster out of your graveyard while this card is in your graveyard, you can banish this card, Special summon as many memento monsters with different names as possible from your hand or deck. Okay, this will never happen. This will never happen. Like, okay, if this ever happens, you probably win. It's just that this card basically reads, while this card is in your graveyard, your opponent cannot touch your mementos in the graveyard. Right? It's just basically your opponent is gonna be like, if you're ever gonna play this card, it would be for the first effect, which I'm not sure you would. I am not sure you would. If you would ever use this card, it would be for the first effect, and then it's gonna chill in the graveyard and stop your opponent from ever removing your stuff from the grave. Like, for example, let's say you go for, what is it? This one to revive one from the graveyard, and your opponent wants to bestial it, but then you have the other card in the grave, so they can't. Obviously. So they won't do it, right? So, no, this one. That's what this does, right? It can be used for that matter. All right, and then we have trap cards. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control a memento monster, target a card on the field, destroy it. Then if you control Nether Skull, you can destroy one more card. Okay, so it just pops 2 cards if you have the big dude. When an attack is declared involving your memento monster and an opponent's monster, you can banish this card from the grave. All face-up monsters your opponent currently controls lose 1,000 attack until the end of the turn. Okay. We've got our own kind of, our own Sword Soul Blackout Icarus attack kind of thing. We don't lose our monster, which is good. And then we have a little bit of a bonus here. So this card is solid. But I'm not even sure if you're going to play this deck going first. So far, the only really sick thing that I see here that you can do with this is like the big dude, right? The big dude is like the only thing that stands out. Everything else here is just engine. It doesn't actually contribute to winning the game. You know what I mean? Like, they all have kind of neat effects, right? They all have neat effects, but what are they like? They're not contributing to you winning the game. So it would feel like you would have to base it around this guy. No, not this guy, this guy. So what you need to do is like go second and try to OTK, right? Attack all your opponent's monsters with 5,000 and maybe inflict piercing on all the defense position stuff. Maybe something like that. So I'm not sure if trap cards have a space in that type of strategy. And then we have Memento Cranium Burst. Continuous trap. You can only activate the second effect once per chain. Your opponent's monsters must attack the Memento monster you control with the highest attack, if able, while you control any. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you can target a Tilicola Nether Skull Dragon you control. It loses 1,000 attack, and if it does, negate that effect. Okay, that's kind of cool. It turns your 5,000 dragon into a light and darkness dragon type of thingy. That's kind of interesting, you know. It's kind of, or like Appaloosa is probably a better comparison. Yeah, it turns it into Appaloosa. But it's not that great. I think it's not that great. Yeah, I don't know what to think of this. I'm sure you can fill up the graveyard and set up the 5k dude relatively easily. There's probably like 1 or 2 card combos here that get there because you can like, I don't know, send all of them to the graveyard with the horse and then revive one with witch and then use this to foolish some stuff. I don't know. Fair Witch does it? Yeah, okay. So you go normal summon Fair Witch, you add the horse, right? And then you special summon the horse. And then you destroy itself to send another Fair Witch, a mace, and a goblin to the graveyard, which is 4 in the grave. And then you go Fair Witch on itself. You special summon mace. And then you go mace on itself. And you add the big dragon. And then you can summon the big dragon because you have 5 in the graveyard, right? You have a horse, you have 2 witches, and you have the 2 level 1s. Right? So The Witch is a 1-card combo to the Nether Skull Dragon. However, wait, Goblin, Dump, Horned, and Big Guy? Oh, because you can summon it from the graveyard too. Yeah, that's better. No, you're right. That's better. I forgot that you can summon it from the graveyard. It's the same thing, though. It's the same thing. Oh, because you need different names, you actually have to do it this way. You actually have to do it that way because it needs different names. You can't banish 2 of the Witch. You need the... That makes it a lot worse because that at this point in time, that means you even have to play this dude, which I'm not even sure you want to. I'm not sure you want to play this dude. I'm actually pretty positive you wouldn't want to, but then again, what the hell does it do? Yeah, you know, like it's just like you 1-card combo into a 5k monster, okay, but you have to play like a million memento monsters in your deck for that, and you get a 5k beat stick? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced by that strategy yet. But it is what it is. Okay, I need to go to the toilet really quick, and I'll be right back. Hold up, give me a second. All right. Idea can summon from the deck the Witch, which adds 4 starters. Yeah, no, Skrelp is right. It doesn't really help that much. Because if you summon this with Idea, and then you add the horse, you cannot summon it because the Idea is on the board. So you can't really do anything with that, right? Idea doesn't really fit into the strategy because it's going to block your board. Unless they make a link to Memento that's like 2 monsters including 1 Memento monster. Leaked the last monster. You can send a Memento monster except Memento Circular from your deck to your graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand. Also, you can only attack with 1 monster for the rest of this turn. If a Memento monster is normal or special summon to your field while you control this monster, except during the damage step, you can add a Memento spell trap from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Memento Circular once per turn. Alright. Think that'd be a fair card? You think that'd be a fair card? Yeah? Sure. Busted card for every archetype. I'm pretty sure there's almost no archetype in the game that card would not be busted in. I'm trying to think of an archetype where that card would not be busted. Fluonderies. Fluonderies is the one archetype where that wouldn't be good. Because of the special summoning restriction. Searches the... No, it's about the fact that it special summons itself, and then you can't use your flu effects. If it was Flunder, it would have been normal summon. Oh, right, yeah. Send the Flunder from deck to grave as cost, and then additional normal summon this card. Yeah. Even then it'd be good. Then it'd be good, yeah. Oh no, banish a Flunder from the deck, yeah. That's just map? That is just map, yeah. Okay. That's it for the Memento cards. We have new Fire King cards, which I'm gonna be honest with you, these are from today or yesterday night. I don't know. They're relatively new. Fire Kings are cool. Fire Kings are cool. I'm a big fan of Fire Kings. Thank you, Bomenico. Appreciate the 9 months. Welcome back. And yeah, I'm also more hyped for Master Duel Worlds, believe it or not. Okay. The Fire King structure deck R has arrived to incinerate the board. Flame King God, Fire King Deity, Garunix Eternity. Fire Pyro XYZ effect, rank 8, 2+ level 8 monsters, generic. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is XYZ summoned, you can destroy all other monsters on the field. Now that's just interesting, even outside of the context of Fire King. That is like a really strong rank 8 option for going second. That is genuinely a good rank up, a good rank 8 XYZ just in general. It's like people have sometimes been using Dingirsu in some decks that were not Orcus just because it's like good going second, right? You just make this thing. Okay, you can detach a material from this card, then target a spell and trap on the field, destroy it, and if you do this card... Wait, this pops spells too? Bro, this blows up your opponent's monsters on summon, and then you get the pop back row as well? This is just a good generic rank 8. People are going to use this in a lot of decks that have rank 8s. Like Dark Worlds, whatever, like it has no restrictions. You just do that, attack, make Zeus on top. God damn. That card's good. If this card with material is destroyed, you can special summon Fire King monsters from your graveyard up to the number of materials this card had. Okay, so this effect only matters in Fire King. Wait, no, actually it doesn't. This can summon itself. Right? If you attack over this, or like, let's say my opponent summons this and I negate it with Barone. If my opponent summons this and they negate it with Barone, it still comes back as a 3k beater. That can potentially go into a Zeus later or some shit. Well, this card is strong. The only reason why I'm okay with this card somewhat is that it's only good going second. All of this is only good going second, which I think makes the card overall a little bit more balanced. And look, going second, getting into a rank 8 is not easy, right? It's not easy to get into a rank a rank 8 going second. So it's like, I think overall it reads really good. It's a really good card. It's a really, really good card, but I don't think it's completely unbalanced. It can trigger your stuff going first. Well, yeah, okay. If you're playing Fire King, maybe you can make it going first. But I'd argue in that regard, it's fine. But it's definitely a good card that a lot of people will think about including in their decks that have access to rank 8s going second. Like, very, very efficient at clearing boards. Is there... I have a question, chat. Is there a card like Downward Magician that can go onto every rank 8 to make a bigger Zeus? Does that exist? Because there's the spider, but the spider is only for darks. I know that. The spiders are only for darks, and this one is fire. So I don't think so. Because what I was thinking is you could like make it, and then if your opponent negates it or something, you can bring it back and then maybe make a Zeus, but that Zeus would only have one material in this case. So for something like that, something like Dingirsu would still be better. But this card is very strong. This card is very good. Sacred Fire King Garunix, level 8 Fire Winged Beast effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If your monsters, whose original attribute is fire, is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon this card from your grave or hand. If this card is normal summoned or special summoned, you can destroy a fire, beast, beast warrior, or winged beast in hand, deck, or face-up field except Garunix, and if you do, this card gains attack. But this card is very good. Can't you just Fire King Island? Can't you just Fire King Island your monster in hand? Add this card. Island just adds any Fire King, right? And then you immediately summon it. Pop one from deck. God damn. Okay. Okay. Fire King High Avatar Kirin. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During the main phase, if this card is in your hand, quick effect, you can destroy one other fire in your hand or face-up field, and if you do, special summon this card. Ooh, the fact that it's a quick effect is very nice, because it lets you dodge imperms and shit. It's just another starter, I guess. If this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon a Fire King from hand or grave. And then you can destroy a card on the field. This one is not as good as the other two, but it's not bad. I could see them running this if they need more starters. Like, because the thing about Fire Kings... I have two issues with Fire Kings right now. Because... first of all, the deck needs to find a good balance between cards that destroy your shit and cards that have benefits when they're destroyed, right? It's by nature usually like it's at least two card combos. The other thing is, most of the Fire King cards that I remember, because I actually have played Fire King at a tournament. It wasn't like a YCS or anything, but like in 2014 or something, there was a period where I really liked the Fire King deck. The Fire King cards I remember from back in my day, they always had a benefit on like the next turn. Right? It was like Barong would search on the next turn, or Garunix would come back on the next turn and blow up the board and stuff like that. Not really suitable for 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm not sure what the real payoff is for destroying your own cards. Like, I'm not sure if you're gonna go back and play Fire King Cosmo or some shit. I'm not sure if we're gonna do that, you know what I mean? Especially because this thing destroys specifically fire monsters, so it does not destroy like Cosmos. But okay. Sanctuary of the Fire Kings, continuous spell. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. When this card resolves, you can place a Fire King Island from your deck face up in your field zone. Yo! Wait, is Fire King Island once per turn? I'm not sure if it was. I'm not sure if it was a thing back then. Fire King Island. If this face-up card in the field zone is sent to the graveyard or banished, destroy all monsters you control. You can only use one of the following effects per turn and only once that turn. It is hard once per turn. Okay. You can't ash that? Well, yeah, but you can ash this one. You can ash this one. So Fire King Island, in case anyone isn't familiar with it, because this card was what's it called? Popular in like 2016 in like Fire King Cosmo. It's basically Dragonic Diagram for Fire Kings, yeah. So the way it was used back then was they would play it with like they would play this with a brick just so you could destroy your Cosmos in hand, the Cosmo ships. So it was like back then it was used with kind of like a Garnet in the deck, right? You wouldn't want to draw the Fire Kings. This card becomes absurd if you can play it in a deck that actually wants to draw its Fire Kings. So, you know. Once per turn, if a card in your field zone would be destroyed by a card effect, you can destroy a fire in your hand or face-up field instead. Okay, I guess this prevents your opponent from just blowing up Fire King Island, because when this card dies, it just destroys all of your monsters. So that can be a problem. Once per turn, if your opponent special summons a monster, you can immediately after this effect resolves XYZ summon a fire. So, okay, you're telling me this card gives me 3 more copies of Fire King Island because it gets Fire King Island on activation. Then it protects Fire King Island. And it enables me to make a rank 8 on my opponent's turn, which immediately blows up all the monsters. That's the bonus on top of searching my field spell. The bonus is that I can XYZ summon that thing on my opponent's turn. Now that's kind of ridiculous. That's kind of ridiculous that this card is like, this card is consistency plus interruption at the same time, which is a very, very valuable trait for a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's not quite Pearl Rhino level shit, but it's close to Pearl Rhino level shit, right? Like consistency plus interruption and a little bit of protection. Nah. That card is crazy. You can make other Fire XYZs, which are top of my head. I'm not sure if there's anything that's really good for Fire. I mean, you can make Tiger King. Does Tiger King, hold up, was the effect of Tiger King to negate... Tiger King has this effect where it can negate all the cards your opponent has. Is that on summon? I don't think so. Because that'd be interesting. When this card's XYZ summoned, you can set a Fire Formation spell trap directly from your deck once per turn. No, that's a once per turn effect. You don't get this one. You don't get this effect. The new XYZ is great with the Horus cards. The Horus cards are a good mention here. Yeah, the Horus cards have no problem spitting out rank 8s, of course. So that would be a perfect fit for that deck. However, I think the problem with the Horus deck is consistency more than anything. The problem is consistency with the Horus deck, and this doesn't help its consistency, I don't think. But no, these cards are good. These cards are good. Is this the first wave of Fire King support? Is this the first kind of support for Fire Kings since 2016? Are there more cards to come in this structure deck, or is this all the new cards? How many new cards are usually in a structure deck? I don't even know. There's 4 more? Holy shit. Because I was about to say, the Fire King cards that I remember, a lot of them are not bad cards per se, but they're not like suitable for 2023. Like, for example, Barong is like when it's destroyed by card effect or something, you can search in the next turn, which was a good card back in the day. Like, it was completely fine back in the day, but these days, that type of effect is just not it anymore. So, I'm not sure. And then, like, I think Onslaught is like, if your opponent controls a monster and you control no monsters, you can summon one from the deck, which was like, okay. Circle of the Fire Kings was okay. This is like branded opening, right? Hold up. Let me refresh my memory. Oh no, it reborns. It's worse. Yeah, no, it reborns, right? There's not that many Fire King cards, actually. I thought there was more, but there's not that many. So Circle of the Fire Kings is target a fire you control in the fire in the grave. Destroy the monster you control, special on the other one from the graveyard, which is like... okay, right? It's not great. The whole gimmick of this deck used to be... they were kind of like Nephthys, but for monsters. That was the whole gimmick of this deck, right? It was Nephthys, but for monsters. Because they had Fire King Avatar Garunix, which is pretty much exactly Nephthys, but for monsters. Because during the next standby phase, after this card was destroyed by a card effect and sent to the graveyard, special sim this card from the grave, and when you do, destroy all other monsters on the field. Right? But I'm pretty sure you're still going to play Garunix. Because it has this thing. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard... oh no, it's only battle. Why is this the only battle? Oh god. Okay, you're not going to. All of these old cards, except for Fire King Island, and maybe Yaksha, or Garunix, like these two maybe, are not really suited for modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Arvata? Oh, right, which is this one? This one didn't exist back then, I think. When a monster effect is activated while this card is on the field, quick effect, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy one other fire on hand. Okay, no, this is good. This one's good. If this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can target a fire in your grave, special summon it, but it has its effects negated, also destroy it during the extend phase. This card is good. No, this card's fine. But like, a majority of these cards, besides Fire King Island and then this dude, are not really suitable for 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! I feel like. So, even though these cards are good, the new cards, I'm not sure if they make up an entire deck on their own. I'm really not sure about that. So, if there's more new cards in this set, they need to pull some more weight, I think, than just this. I believe. There's a universe, because you guys are mentioning Kit, there's a universe where you would pair this with Tri-Brigades, because they all have Tri-Brigade typing, and they even have some synergy. Like, you can, this guy can destroy Kit in the deck. Maybe, but is that desirable? Am I going to play Fire King Tri-Brigade? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But these cards are good. I mean, at the very least, this card is going to see play. This card is going to see play. Maybe not in Fire Kings, but in other decks for sure. This card is good. Like, this card is absolutely phenomenal for going second in decks that can have rank 8s. All right. Prodigy Wakaushi can one-card it? Dude, Prodigy Wakaushi can probably one-card any card in the game. I don't think that's an argument for any card. All right, and I think that's all the new cards. Actually, no, there's one more from last week that we didn't look at. The new Phantom Beast fusion. Someone reminded me of this earlier. Thank you. This one is from, yeah, last week. I don't know why we skipped that. I think I didn't stream on the day they dropped it, and then I forgot about it. The super poly target? Yeah. Baphomet, the Phantom Beast Demon King. Supposed to be more of the Phantom Beast illusion archetype support, which I'm a big fan of. Not in terms of playability, but in terms of the design. I love the card design on these. So I'm hopeful that they become viable at some point. Let's see if this one helps. Level 6 Wind Fiend Fusion Effect Monster. Materials, 2 monsters with different types. Beast, Fiend, Illusion. Only a matter of time until this card is a busted super poly target somewhere. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. This card's name becomes Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast while on the field or in the graveyard, but is still treated as a Phantom Beast card. If this card is fusion summoned, you can send a Beast, Fiend, or Illusion monster from your deck to the graveyard. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can banish this card from the graveyard, then target one of your banished Beast, Fiend, or Illusion monsters, except Baphomet the Phantom Beast Dark Ruler, special summon it. Okay. This card is fusion summoned, sends a Beast, Fiend, or Illusion from deck to the graveyard. I'm not quite sure what you can do with this, but I mean, a relatively easy to summon fusion monster that foolishes on summon certainly isn't bad. There's no real good target we checked. Yeah, I can't think of one. I mean, there is stuff, right? But the problem is, this card is still relatively specific in where you can play it, because it needs Beast and Fiend or Illusion, which is like not easy because you can't do it with 2 of the same. It's not like you can just slap it into a Beast deck, but because it needs a Fiend or an Illusion on top, right? It's 2 different types, which makes it a lot harder to use. Barrier statue. Okay, I don't think you're gonna make this card. I don't think you're gonna go through the troubles of summoning this card. Then you're gonna send the Dark Barrier statue from the deck to the graveyard. Then you need to banish the Dark Barrier statue somehow because it only revives banished ones. And then on the opponent's turn, you can bring back the Dark Barrier statue, which I'm going to be honest with you, the Dark Barrier statue, I hate to break it to you, is the worst out of all the barrier statues, because dark, dude. Locking people out of dark, it's like 50% of the decks don't care about that shit. That's not what you're going to do with that. Don't be afraid of that shit. That's not going to happen. No one is going to go through the hassle of doing all that just to lock him out of the Dark Barrier statue, okay? Out of summoning darks, I mean. That's not what's gonna happen. I don't think that's what's gonna happen. I don't know. I can't think of a concrete use for this card, but it is one of those cards that I could see being okay. I could see it being okay, for sure. Okay. Before we switch over to Master Duel, because we will do that in a bit, because this is the last of the last of the new cards that we needed to talk about. We're gonna make the switch to Master Duel in a bit and talk about the Master Duel Worlds format and also about the tournament that I'm gonna be hosting. But before that, I wanted to take a brief moment to recap NA WCQ a bit. Does anyone have... I'm sure there's a spreadsheet for NA WCQ top cut deck lists, but I don't have it. Surely one of you guys has it. When did you talk about the WOT support? It's been a while ago, like somewhere last week. Some point last week. So in case you missed it, because you weren't around on the weekend or you're not followed to the channel, which shame on you if you're not followed to the channel, we watched the entirety of pretty much the entirety of the NA WCQ on stream, except for day one, because day one is always less exciting. But we watched the playoffs together, and we watched day 2 together. Unfortunately, we missed the finals because literally 2 a.m. in the night, when they were about to start the finals, friggin' my we had a power outage where I live, and everything went dark, and I had to stop streaming because you can't stream without power. So I missed the finals. But I don't think I missed too much because it was a Cash Tira mirror match that was apparently decided by another Eradicator epidemic virus incident. So I'm not too mad about missing it. I think everything before then was quite entertaining. I had a lot of fun. Streaming the NA WCQ. I hope it was also fun for you guys watching. But yeah. Just gonna take a moment to recap it a little bit. We've already watched a lot of the deck profiles during that stream because we used like the downtime in between rounds to watch some of the deck profiles that had already been published. Like we've already seen the hero deck profile, for example. We've seen the Sky Striker Sprite, which was interesting. We've seen the Vanquish Soul that topped. Like a couple of things we've already seen. All right, we have the top 64 deck breakdown, which we can talk about a little bit. Just a little bit. Let me make that bigger. Pack uploaded list. Yeah, we're going to look at Pack's list. I already have Pack's deck profile open. We're going to check it out because the Purely deck did perform relatively well, as we can see here. Cash Tira 21 in top 64, and spoiler alert, freaking Cash Tira made 4 out of 4 in semifinals. So all the 4 people in top 4 were Cash Tiras, which is kind of crazy. All right, 21 Cash Tiras in top 64, which is about 30, a little bit less than 30%, but solid. 7 branded, 6 Purelies, that's a lot. That's a lot. Dragon Link 4, Rika 4, Runic for Hire Sprite 4, Runic Twin Sprite 3. So 7 Runic Sprites, technically. No, actually, there's more. There's 1 pure Runic Sprite, which I was interested in seeing the list, but I don't know if it's there yet. Does anyone know if the pure Runic Sprite list has been posted? Does anyone know if that's out there? Because I would be interested in seeing that. Anyways, 2 Punk Gold Prides, 2 Labyrinth, 2 Vanquish Soul, 2 Manadium, an Adventure Melfi Sprite, a Super Heavy Samurai, a Tearlaments, a Sky Striker Sprite, which, in case that sounds weird to you, it's just blind second Sprite with a lot of power spells, and it plays Engage to go into like Dark, steal your opponent's monster, make sprint, have like, it was 2 Engage, 1 Hornet Drones, 1 Afterburner, 1 Widow Anchor, which makes a lot more sense than you might think when you read the name Sky Striker Sprite. So the idea is just you go blind second, you throw a bunch of board breaker spells at your opponent, and you can engage for a draw, get a couple of bodies onto the field, make sprint with them, get Gamma Burst, kill your opponent. That was basically the idea, which was actually quite interesting. We have a Runic Sprite, we have a Hero, Absolute Giga Chad, and then we have a Gishki Sprite. So that also crazy. The Gishki Sprite topping is also crazy. So overall we have 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Sprite decks, if I didn't miscount. We have 11 Sprite decks. So Sprite is the second strongest after Cash Tira if you want to combine them all, which I personally don't think is correct. I think you should combine... You should probably look at Runic Fur Hire, Runic Twin, and Runic Sprite together because they are very similar. Like Runic Sprite variations have 8. Which is just barely more than the other decks, right? So Runic Sprite did well. Okay-ish. But yeah. So the standouts in this top 64, which is really all I want to look at, like I don't think we're going to have to watch all the Cash Tira deck profiles. The standouts here, or the key learnings, purely either is, like, I think the reason why Purely did well is because the deck is not bad, but I think it's mostly also because of the people that played it. Like a lot of high caliber players just decided to play purely for this event. They've tested it. They thought the matchup against Cashtero was favorable, and they brought it, right? Which meant that in the overall breakdown there wasn't much purely, but the conversion rate for purely was really strong because I think a lot of strong players played it. Like we saw Pac play it, we saw Kamal play it. You know, some really high caliber players piloted the deck, and we saw some feature matches off it as well that were very, very well played. So that is why purely did so well. But we can just hop right into Pac's deck profile. I wanted to see it anyways. Pac had I think Pac had a good weekend at the same time. A rough weekend because Pac also was in the playoffs and he made like what, top 8 in the playoffs or top 16? I think it was top 8. Top 16, was it top 16? Maybe it was top 16. I don't remember. I think it was top 8, no? Because he beat Gunther, and then he had back-to-back feature matches, right? In the playoffs. No? Wasn't it that? Yeah, he had a feature match against Dominic Couch. Yeah, he beat Gunther, then he beat Dominic Couch, and then he lost top 8 to Exosister in the playoffs, which, first of all, that is a great accomplishment. Top 8 in the World's Points playoffs is nothing to scoff at. However, he lost 2 games away from a Worlds invite, right? 2 more wins, he would have gone to Worlds, which is sad. And then in the main event, he also topped. He beat Christian Reina again in top 64 and then lost in top 32, which is, you know, impressive 2 results, but he was very, very close to getting to Worlds both times. You know, like top 8 of the playoffs, he only needed 2 more wins. Top 32 of the main event, he only needed 3 more wins because top 4 would have gotten there. Unfortunate, but still, let's hear from Pac about the deck that he was using.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Pac here. I just got top 32 at the NA WCQ, first national top, so hooray! But unfortunately, did not go to Worlds. So I'm still pretty happy with how I did. I decided to play Pearly. I played it for both the playoffs, as you guys saw on the live stream, and I also played for the main event. I'll show you the changes I made between the playoff and the main event. There was some decision that I decided to change the non-engine a little bit around, but wasn't too big. Some shout-outs. Shout out to Hani for telling me to stick on the Pearly deck. Even though I went to Toronto Regionals and went 1-4 with it, the same exact list almost.
Really?
So it's good that I kept with the deck even though I went literally 1-4 at a regional. I think that was really nice. Shout out to Gunther and Jesse and Marcus and Ryan Yu for being my main testing partners for nationals and playoffs preparation. Shout out to Joe Lando, yugioh History for filming deck profile, and then shout out to like Woff, who supported me, and just like everybody who's like really kind throughout the whole weekend, and whoever else I missed. But yeah, shout out to the Bozos as well. Let me see if I'm missing anyone else. And oh, shout out to the Australians too, because I also asked Jojo ASMR and Poe as well for some help with the Pearly deck, just to talk it through. I called him the night before, and they just offer a lot of like really good words that help me solidify the reason why to play this deck. So huge shouts to those guys as well. And all right, here's the deck profile now, so we avoid that stuff. So basic stuff: 3 yellow, 3 black, cat, and then 3 ash. I decided to play very low monster count because my end board involves Princess Sprite, and I want to hit like the broken cores of my deck, which are the spells.
No, Josh, sad times. I do not deserve a shout. I do not deserve a shout out for this because I was talking to Pac like a couple days before the event. But then I couldn't give him much advice because I literally didn't play purely enough. So I did not contribute anything to this.
And like Book of Moon, if you hit like Book of Moon, Prosperity, Cosmic, any of those type of cards is like really, really strong. So I almost didn't even want to play this card, to be quite honest, and play only these and then cut Ash Blossom for a Book of Eclipse. But I think I still needed Ash because I was really afraid of Branded. I was also like really afraid of like just random decks in general. And
so here's where that was the first thing that Pac explained to me when I talked to him about the deck. Because like one of the first things that I always say when I see a Purely deck is like, I feel like Purely synergizes with hand traps really well because you have that combo where you draw cards on your opponent's turn, right? And so in my mind, it's like you kind of just want to draw into hand traps to solidify your board position. But Pac told me that you don't really it doesn't really apply to the deck, because if you ever get to that point, you don't really need the hand traps to protect yourself, because you will always survive the opponent's turn, right? You will always set up like a Noir that's unaffected or has 2 to 3 bounces or whatever, and you don't actually rely on hand traps there, right? Your opponent is not going to kill you regardless through your Noir, right? So all you need to worry about is you kind of treat those card draws as bonuses, right? It's kind of like you guarantee follow-up and all that kind of stuff, which I can see that making sense in this deck as well, where you just go with like a kind of a board breaker approach, because purely paired with a couple board breakers can really play into pretty much any board, right? You almost want to allow your opponent to clear your monsters so you gain advantage. Yeah, if you have like My Friend and the Field Spell, I can see that too. So I think some amount of hand traps is okay in purely, but I don't think you need to stress about it too much to the point where you need to play like Effect Veilers and such.
If you draw Ash off your Sleepy...
I know that, unless he sent me a list and then changed it later, I know that for the playoffs he was playing the Nibiru.
It's like just a really good interruption for no reason, so there's that. One Delicious, every time I drew it, I won, except in top 32 where I got decked out. 3 Sleepy Memory, 3 Happy, and then just 3 Pretty. All these cards are really, really powerful. Their second effects are really, really strong. The deck becomes really broken post Dune, because this card by itself is a draw 4 plus shuffle 2, so be on the lookout for that. That set should be out.
Oh yeah, right! This deck gets very good after Dune again, maybe. Because you can go, oh no, because the new XYZ mentions Sleepy Memory. So you activate Sleepy Memory, you summon Lily. Lily searches, what does Lily search? The Trap? But why is it 4 draws then?
By the end of July, or July.
You search My Friend, and then what? Oh no, you get the Trap for free! Hold up, I forgot. No, you get the Trap. So My Friend gets you the Field Spell or Sleepy. You reveal 2 Sleepy and 1 Field Spell, so you get them one of them guaranteed. The XYZ gets you the Trap card, and then you attach another Sleepy, and then you draw 2 from the rank 2, and then you okay.
29th. 3-5 My Friend Pearly. So usually like I think the reason why this deck is so good, because when you have this established and your opponent's like hand trapping you, you have also a bunch of non-engine that stops them from playing, and this card just wins you the grind game. So it's just like really, really powerful.
This card is phenomenal.
Also, there's a lot of really cool things about this deck that's really rewarding, because as you like get better with the deck, you get to do some really cool plays. Like I crashed. If you watch the game against Dragon Link in round 12 on the bubble, I did a play where I crashed my own Happiness to, like, I attacked 2 times with Happiness, add 2 cards, then I Happiness attached to the Happy, crash my monster into his Magmoot that he left in attack, and add back 3 cards off this, and then summon back a White Cat off the Field Spell. So I played 2 Field Spell. I don't think you need more than, I think you could play, there's a reason to play 3 as well, but I found myself breaking on this card way too much. So I decided just to play 2, and I just added when I needed it, pretty much. I think 2 was like enough. I just didn't want to break on this. Same reason with the Trap, like I wanted to like play just the right amount to not break on them, because I have room for like 18 on engine pretty much. So I think 1 and 2 was fine. I know Kamal played 3 of this and 2 of this, but this card was really bad going second, so I really only wanted to play 1, because you almost always get access to. So if you hard make Noir, you don't actually search this. I think a lot of people just tunnel vision with searching this card. If you can hard make Noir on your turn, you should be searching the Field Spell. So that's the reason why like 1 and 2 was fine. Basically 3 copies. When you My Friend, you reveal 3 is 3. So that's why I don't really think you need more than that. The only time you need 3 of these cards is if your opponent's playing like the hand trap cash deck, where you need to My Friend do 3 of these, and then use this to play around Mourner, Veiler, and Imperm. So that's the only time the 3 comes up. But other than that, I'm happy to play 2 and not break pretty much. The reason why I also wanted to play this deck for Nationals and for playoffs is because I think it's one of the most consistent decks in the game. You can see that you have a lot of like starters, a lot of teleports, and all that good stuff. But I think Prosperity was really nice because I wanted to have that extra consistency to my deck. Like I think it was already really consistent, but if you notice, Delicious went to 1, so I want to supplement the extra 2, the second and third Delicious with the 2 Pot of Prosperity, and that's pretty much that. You'll see that this deck is main deck wise actually pretty identical to the list I got second in Oceanics, because I watched all the deck profiles. I know Oceanics isn't really, like, people weren't really paying attention to it, but I watched all the deck profiles, and I think this was like probably my favorite list from all the profiles I've seen on Pearly. So I didn't really fix what was, you know, if something wasn't broken, I didn't really want to fix it. But I played 3 Cosmic Cyclone. This card was amazing, non-engine wise. When you go first with this, in my top 32 match, literally, I went first with Cosmic, and I just instantly won the game against Runix. Like, it wasn't even close. Against Rika, if you go first, you answer their Con. Against Kashtira, you can you can banish their field spell or their birth, and that's really, really strong. Like, sometimes if you Cosmic
is
a field spell,
phenomenal
they
right
have
now.
no cast monsters and they lose, so their birth and Theosis doesn't do anything. And Cosmic's really good in the mirror match, because in the mirror match, you need to address the field spell or you're gonna lose. Not having to use your Noir spin on the field spell in the mirror match, which I definitely did play a couple. Like I played against Cabal, for example, is really, really good. So like being able to like save your Noir spins and use Cosmic instead was insane. So Cosmic's really good. It's also really good against Dragon Link because they don't end on Branded Beast, they end on just Regain. So you punish them for playing around Dark Ruler by using Cosmic and Regain. So when they try to bring back this Pater, just Cosmic it. So like I said, so many applications in the format. I see no reason not to main it. It's like actually so broken.
I am very happy about the fact, like, I'll say it, when Cosmic Cyclone becomes main deckable, I think that means that Yu-Gi-Oh is in a better state than if it wasn't. Like, I don't like formats where back row removal is completely irrelevant, because it means that all the decks are just monster combo piles that make boards, right? I think the fact that Cosmic Cyclone has been getting better is a sign that the format is going in a good direction, because it just means people are, you know, diversifying their end boards a little bit. It's okay to play a little bit of back row, or like decks have cards that, you know, like Branded Beast or Branded Regained or stuff like that, you know, that's just like worth to play Cosmic Cyclone against, because it means that you also have main deck outs to random floodgates and stuff like that. It just makes it overall a more healthy environment when Yu-Gi-Oh actually consists of, like, Yu-Gi-Oh I think is at its best when all 3 aspects of it play a role, right? Monsters, spells, and traps to some extent. I don't like when it's just monster spell combo piles these days, right? I think that's yeah, you get what I mean.
And it's one of those cards that's, because it's quick play, it's good first or second. So that's a long explanation on Cosmic, but 3 Dark Ruler, it's a Zeus deck, so you Dark Ruler them, you happiness, add 10 cards, you just like pretty much win.
Yeah, Dark Ruler
3 Book of Moon. I literally basically call this card D-Barrier against like Kashtira. It's good against Runix because you lock them on Hugin. Just overall a really, really good card. Nothing to say. Also, this card came up a lot where like I had to like book my own. I had booked my own Black Cat to guarantee I get my friend access. So even though like he hand traps me, I have access to my friend in the grind game, and I just like pretty much win the grind game off my friend alone. So Book of Moon booking your own monster to that play is also really cool. Also, Book of Moon has some really cool application that people might not be aware of. So like for example, if you have a format Noir and it gets Dark Rulered, you can do something like activate Noir, detach 2. So it's Noir's Dark Ruler. You can go Noir effect, detach 2, spin back a card, Noir effect, attach 2 more, spin back another card, and then you chain Book of Moon on the Noir. It gets face flip back down, and it actually forgot that it was actually Dark Ruler, and it would actually resolve. It's a really weird ruling, but you can look it up. That's pretty much how that works. So like Book of Moon just like literally because of that is like I think it's like really, really cool interaction as well. Especially when you make a format Noir. But yeah, Book of Moon is like ridiculous, crazy ass card. 3 impermanence because I didn't really want to play in the tactics.
He got the chains wrong, but he's got the right idea. No, he said it exactly right. You go chain link 1, like in general, if a monster is negated by Dark Ruler, if you activate its effect and then chain Book of Moon to it, chain resolves backwards, the monster gets flipped face down, gets reset, forgets that it was negated, and then the effect will resolve. So he said it the exact right. He said it the right way around. He said chain link 1 Noir, chain link 2 Noir, chain Book of Moon.
I was really afraid of all the Kashtira players playing tactics. I know like a lot of other player lists didn't cut impermanence, but I was just really afraid of like I said, tactics, but also
No, not in response to Dark Ruler. Not in response. It's just if it's already been negated.
there's a spell and trap to hit off a Princess Sprite. The last card I wanted it to be either third Prosperity or the one Talents, and I think the one Talents was like fine. This card was like really not that good enough to play 3 of, in my opinion, because all the good cast players shifted you in draw and semi-phase. Like if you watched my case tournament video, I actually played against Enzo. Shout out to Enzo, he's going to Worlds. I actually played against Enzo in the finals, and Enzo always shifted me in draw or semi-phase to play around tactics. So this card just never resolves. It's like almost only good going second. And the other thing about Talents you have to realize is when you go second to the cash board and they go a Rise Heart pass, you have to activate a spell to like trigger the Rise Heart.
In that deck, it's really weird because you have no easy way to trigger the Arise Heart. All of your spells are like a huge commitment, right? If you activate one of them, you have to discard, banish. It's not great.
And after you do that, you activate Talent's Take. And if you think about it, they just changed Arise Heart banish itself, and it almost became like a bootleg smashing ground or like a bootleg fissure. So it didn't really actually serve that good of a purpose going second to the cash board.
Play smashing ground.
So every time going second to the cash board when they go Rise or pass, and you activate a spell to bait out the Rise, you have to activate Talents to draw 2, and then try to like hit an Imperm or a Book of Moon, and then like so you go like +1. But like I said, that's why like it's like a really weird card. But I don't know, I didn't hate it in the main deck. It won me a game where
I think the one-of makes sense if he's siding Thrust. Then I'm a fan of it. If he's side decking Thrusts to get this, otherwise I'm not a huge fan of just a random one-of. Could have just been another Prosperity.
I literally played it, I think in round 11 on the bow I played as Flu, and it won me the game where I literally got Harvey's Featherstorm.
Were there any other Starlights in the deck? I feel like that might be the reason why he used it, because otherwise there would be no Starlights in the main deck. I think so. I think he just needs that to function. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Because
there's no Starlights in the deck
I went Duster
otherwise.
for all of his back row. He chained Featherstorm, chain Trap.
Oh no, Prosperity. Never mind. I lied.
Summon Robina. I go chain Imperm for my hand because I control nothing, and then to negate Robina. And then afterwards I went pot for 6, grab Talents. Talents took his Robina. Normal summon.
One random Talents is an OCG Classic. I will say, in any deck that you play Prosperity, one-ofs / two-ofs make a little bit more sense than in other decks. Like Prosperity changes the math a lot on like how often you see random one-ofs and how often you're being presented with the option of getting it, right? Like I think cards like Talents, even the Feather Duster and whatnot, I think those cards make significantly more sense in decks that run Prosperity.
Yellow Cat overlay for.
I mean Thrust, of course, but that's obvious, right?
Sprite attack that made down Zeus through Harvey's Featherstorm. So I think 1 was fine. Pot for 6, you might get it. It's all right. I don't mind. It's like the 40th card. I'm playing 40. Yeah. All the other prelude lists this weekend played. I think they played 41, which is also fine. I think deck's pretty consistent with all the teleports. So I played 1 Linger Evo. So I had this card actually won me 2 matches. So already by itself, I would be out the tournament if I didn't have this card in my extra deck. So a couple applications why this card is really insane, because a lot of people don't know if you're playing Donor or not. The previous list did, and I played against a Sprite player who literally made he ended on Nightmare Griffin, Griffin, the Griffin Rider, Right Token, Melfi, the Melfi Caddy, Melfi XYZ, Friender in the Fence, the Sprint, Smashers, and Starter. And this card won me the game because I didn't use a single card. I draw for turn, I drew Ash Blossom. I normal summon Ash, and I normal summon Ash and ask for res, and he smashers it. So I used Ash Blossom to bait the smashers. Then afterwards, I linked off the Ibli into a Linger Evo, Dark Rule his whole board, and just beat him. Just by basically by bluffing like a card in my extra deck that he didn't know. Like I thought that was like insane. Like I thought that was like really cool. So there's some really cool things you can do just because you have Linger Evo, even though people don't think you have it. But I think now that it's standard, people should expect to have Linger Evo, and then they can't Ibli lock you. Animo is obviously crazy because you can, when you have, the application with this card that's broken is if you have like Pretty Memory under like a Plum, for example, you can go effect, you can go Anima, take like one of their cards that they summon in front of Anima, you send the equip, then you put Noir on top of the XYZ, then you send the Anima, so you get to take 2 cards for free. That's a really cool interaction I did that got me 2 extra materials for no reason. When your opponent misplays into the thing. And then Azalea is just like, this card is just so busted. I was under summon limit, and I got to Azalea by summoning up my opponent's end phase, and I used my 2 summons to make Azalea, pop my opponent's summon limit, well, I Dark Ruler first, popped my opponent's 7 limit, enter battle phase, attacked into Shangura, and then popped it by banishing a spell from my graveyard. So the card was just crazy. The second effect is also really relevant. Double Happiness, this is like the reason why the deck's relevant. Search infinite materials. Double Beauty, I won a game because my opponent didn't realize this card's effect impermanence is once per turn per copy. Card's crazy. One Plum, the only reason to play 2, which I wish I could have fit 2 in, but only 15 cards in the extra deck, is because a lot of people, if you watch all the deck profiles from Europe, and especially even NA WCQ, like Charlie's Futch's profile, if you watch like any of the any player, they all main deck Nibru, and Plum comes up when you get nibbed on your board. You get to add back 3 spells from the graveyard. If you don't have a second Plum, you can't remake a second one unless you have the trap in the graveyard, which you typically wouldn't going first. And as a result, you can't make a second Plum into making Noir still after getting nibbed. So that was the only reason to play 2. Thankfully, that never came up for me, but that was a consideration I had because of the fact that everyone was gonna be main decking Nib. And if you watch, like, I think like even like the Runic Fur Hire deck profiles, they all main deck Nib. So 2 Noir, 1 Happiness is double Noir with 7 materials. If 1 yellow hits, so you play 2 for that reason. Yeah, 2 Zeus. I think honestly, like, it's crazy because like I know I made Zeus against the feature match against Dom, if you guys saw, but I actually don't make this card as much as people think. I think like the XYZ, the Pearly XYZs are actually the really broken part of the deck. I think Zeus only comes up in game states that I can't win, and I need Zeus to resolve to like win. But I think this card was like obviously really good. But I feel like the better you get with this deck, the more you rely less on Zeus to break your opponent's board. To be honest with you.
I can see that. It's just that also the threat of Zeus is really important for this deck, right? The threat of Zeus makes your opponent play really awkward sometimes, right? You have 2 level 1s on the board. Your opponent needs to worry about just like Slacker Magician attack directly, make Zeus, right? And so it's just like even in a lot of games where you don't end up making Zeus, the fact that it exists still plays a huge role in how your opponent needs to, you know, interact with your cards, right? So like you force your opponent's interruptions out because Zeus exists, and then you might not even end up needing it because they've used their interruptions in other places, so you can just do the purely plays.
For the rank 1s, you have Slacker. Obviously, one of my cast opponents forgot to use Unicorn, and I punished him, made Slacker, and just Zeused him. Princess Bright. I played 9 monsters, 31 spells and traps, so
this card is busted in this version, I think. Like you have like 9 monsters in the deck, and you pull some of them out with your quick plays before making it. I mean, 2 of them are at least gone, right? When you make Princess Sprite, because it needs 2 level 1s. So it's only maximum 7 monsters left in the deck. So you have like insane odds, like 80% upwards to hit spell cards.
You're like hitting this like literally almost every time, but I'm pretty unlucky. I hit Ash Blossom, and then 1 Downer Magician to make a really big Zeus. So that's pretty much it for the extra deck.
Dude, those sleeves are ancient. Which year was that? 5D's Qualifier? That's like 2010 or 2011, dude.
For the side deck, I played Storm and Feather Duster. I almost didn't play this card because I think everyone's siding Anti-Spell and Eradicator. So I think these are just not being sided in against Kashtira, in my opinion. I had this mainly just for Labyrinth. I'm just really afraid of Skill Drain. I think the card's just too busted. And more stuff for Labyrinth. This card's also really good against the Runic Fur Hire deck. If they don't open Sprite cards, and they open only...
You think Purely could go 2 Plump, 1 Zeus? I think as long as Kashtira Unicorn is in the format, you can't afford to go 1 Zeus.
Runics and Fur Hire cards, you bell the Donor and like the game's just over. You can also like bell their Rex to Reborn on your turn if you top deck it, so they don't get to trigger don't put a pop a card. Bell is just like ridiculous. Yugioh for the Runic decks, Dragon decks, all that good stuff, so pretty good. Nibru, honestly, this card is terrible for me. I almost never sided in against Dragon Link. I don't side this card in. I thought I was supposed to, but I realized like it doesn't have...
I think low-key, Nibiru was a really good call for this event. Almost all the cash duelists played into Nibiru, at least on stream from what I saw. And also the ones at Euros, I think, played into Nibiru pretty much all the time.
Do anything. You play into Thrust, just let some like God knows what happened. They rip cards out of your hand, all that good stuff as well. And like they just trigger Regain to bring back their Dissipator when you nib them. It's just like pretty bad. I found out that I'd rather just Dark Rule them and break their board that way. So yeah, this card was not really that good for me. I wish I played Karakara, which is what I ended up playing in the playoffs. I played Karakara over Nibiru, and this card is way better because when you get debarriered, having Karakara access to a level 1 is like really strong because you can bring back your opponent's Arise Heart, and then just like you don't really care about Shifter, you can actually just use their Arise Heart. I thought that was like really neat, and yeah, it's just like really strong. It forces like Zeus through because it's level 1 randomly. And yeah, I just played through Barrier better, I think. It's overall a better card. I almost wish I played Fenrir and Kurikara together in a side deck because of that. Because it just played through like Barrier a lot better. But honestly, the reason why I think this deck was a really good meta call because no one played Barrier in their side deck, and the people who did went to Worlds. So shout out to Enzo for having Barrier in his side deck, because I think if he didn't have Barrier in his side deck, he would have, I think, would have lost to Kamal. And Kamal handles like the nuts. So yeah.
Ooh, Barrier is scary if you're playing purely. That is true. That pretty much only has XYZ plays.
Yeah, Kurikara is really strong. And then I just like Organism because I expect to go first against Kashtira. They're going to make me start. And this card is really good against Cash because they have to really commit a lot of cards to out this. And then the second reason is because against Brandon, I think it's a really bad matchup for the deck. And having this card make it so that if they give me Puppet you give me Puppet in the back with Organism. So that's pretty much that. And that's it. That's it for the profile. So.
Very solid list. Once again, I'm not a purely expert, but I am a big fan of the deck in theory. I like the skill ceiling of the deck. I'm planning to get into it more, especially with the new support from Duelist Nexus. And I think if you want a great showcase on how to play this deck and why it's good in this format, you might want to just look at the deck the feature matches of Pac and Kamal from the playoffs, because I think it was some phenomenal. Probably the best gameplay from the weekend was from the purely feature matches, which is why purely is just a deck that I think comes with good gameplay usually if people know how to play the deck. So very much would recommend those feature matches if you haven't seen them yet. New card alert indeed. More fire support, dude. Fire enjoyers are eating good this year. Fire enjoyers apparently eating very good this year. Hold up. Let's look at this card. All right. Hell Flame Banshee, Infernal Flame Banshee from Age of Overlord. This comes out very soon in the OCG. When is that? Can someone remind me real quick? We've looked at some Age of Overlord cards earlier. When does it come out? In the OCG. It should be relatively soon because they released they spoiler the cards very short before release date. 22nd. Okay, so in 11 days. Okay. 11 days until these cards hit shelves in the OCG. Rank 4 Pyro XYZ monster. Generic though. Any 2 level 4s. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can detach a material from this card. Take a Pyro monster from your deck, either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. No, they just made Gear Gigant X for Pyros. Generic rank 4. Bro. This like King of the Feral Imps for Pyros. Scatter Shot. Okay. That card is good. I mean, it's the same deal as King of the Feral Imps, Gallant Granite, Gear Gigant X. If there's a good target for this, and there's a deck that can make it, this card's going to see play. As easy as that. But we haven't even finished reading it yet. If this card becomes banished and you control a Pyro monster, you can special summon this card, and if you do, it gains 100 attack for each of your monsters currently banished until the end of this turn. I'm not sure how to use this, but if there's a way, you know, if there's a way to abuse this effect as well, that's just a really nice bonus on top, right? It's just kind of like Blaster, right? Blaster. You can Blaster banish this card. True. But Blaster is not a Pyro. This card is good. I'm gonna be honest with you. Now all it okay, stop jinxing it, chat. They please don't make Block Dragon for Pyros, okay? Please don't make Block Dragon for Pyros. The volcanic boss monster banishes 3 pyros. Okay, maybe. Okay. So this card seems like it's directed at the volcanic cards. Right? It seems like this card is just pretty much directly aimed at the volcanic deck. But I can definitely see this card having other uses in the future. I will say overall, even though it reads as a very strong card, I think this is at a level for rank 4 XYZs that is acceptable. In my opinion. Like, this is an acceptable power level for rank 4s, in my opinion. Getting 2 level 4s onto the field, even though it is relatively easy, is not just, you know, adding a card from deck to hand with a small bonus on top, I think is fine. I think whenever these cards become a problem, you know, see Gallant Granite, I don't think the problem was Gallant Granite. I think the problem was pretty clearly Block Dragon, right? And so I'm down for Pyro getting some generic love here. Card is good. Card is not unbalanced in my opinion. Card is fine. We can search the Fire Barrier statue. See if that ever becomes a thing, then in my opinion, the Barrier statue is the problem. Not the card that searches it very often. I think that holds up very often. I think that holds true the majority of times is that the card you search is more problematic than the searcher. Very often. Not always, but very often. They want the Spirit Engine to be good in Pyro, I guess. Yeah, you can just do what they do in Exosister right now, right? You can do the Aratama and what is the other guy called? Nikitama? Right? It's Aratama and Nikitama, the ones you play, right? So you can just make an instant rank 4. No, Sakitama. Which one is Nikitama? Hold up. There's Nikitama, right? Nikitama. Oh, it's the green one. Nikitama is the green one. But you play the yellow one, Sakitama. Never mind. My bad. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's a solid card. That's a whole solid card. All right. Chat. Are there any other interesting deck profiles you guys want to look at from the North American WCQ, or should we move on? Because I'm going to be honest with you, as interesting as it was to watch the NA WCQ, it's kind of concluding our season of this format, right? It's kind of just like, the format is now pretty much over, right? Because we have Worlds, that's a different format. And then I personally, you know, we're getting a new set. We get a new set. We get probably a new ban list at some point, right? We can look at some of the interesting deck lists. I'm down to recap it a little bit. Wait, Assault Synchron in Vanadium? Okay. No, I'm listening. Give me a second.
What up, YouTube? Agent Persuasion here, and I'm here with my boy Slim, and we're here at the 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals event for qualifying for Worlds, and we're here with my boy QB, Quentin Brown. What's up? And you're playing what deck, my friend? I'm playing VODs and NA WCQ. Oh, Jesus Christ, and you got top.
Didn't you want to play Master Duel? We will. Don't worry. Chill. We're playing Master Duel as well.
32 with this deck, so you obviously won the free prize card for doing that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, not just to win them at this time. Not this time. Got a little lucky, but it is what it is. Hell yeah, and this is one of my favorite people right here, and we all gotta be playing the Nats, bro. I swear to God, like QB name? Yeah, that's QB.
If you don't play, you probably won't see me.
You probably right. That's facts. All right, man, let's go and get to this profile and show off
this new card.
So I decided to play this name Synchro. So first I'll play the new card that came out in Brother Legend, which is Brother Legends of Assault Synchron. Basically what it does is pay 700, so myself, Legend Synchro face.
I love Assault Synchron, dude. I want to play Assault Synchron.
And then it's level 2 tuner, and then once in the grave, you can banish it when a Synchro Dragon is distributed, and bring that dragon back out. Basically, what's in the deck is, since I played Bestials, it counts really well with that in Excel Synchron, or Excel
Oh yeah, that's Stardust Dragon.
When this is in the grave, you can Excel Stardust Dragon, you can tribute it off, make a Synchro, and then banish, bring it back out. The Bestial, you summon off of it, or brings it back out, and you have 2 things for free.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Broken. It also helps you extend control. This card that we kind of like were worried about the event, which is like, you need more extenders to play control, and kind of like do Omega type stuff. Scarecrows, I play one retard. We could have played more, but we just couldn't fit it in. We're trying to stay as close to 40 as possible. So some things just had to be one of those, and we just had to like hope when we played against catch, getting advantage, things like that. Play like 2 catches, maybe 1, and it never came up where we needed multiple. But we filled the other spot.
Did he say he only played against 2 Kashtiras? That's not very many
With another card
Kashtiras.
coming soon, just to fill the other name. For the Vanadium cards, played 3 Runart, 3 Fearless, 3 Meek. So this is the best one. When this one gets destroyed, it lets you bring out another one from the deck, make it level 4. And so that really comes up with like Runart and Retart to make like the Excel Synchron. Runart, when it's summoned, you can search out a Vanadium card, and you can also, when it's in your hand, you can target a Vanadium card.
I'm speeding it up because it's 17 minutes.
Pop it, 1521 monster. So it comes up as an extender. And Fearless, worst one, I side out one most of the
Did you see that Charlie Fudge sided Gamma and Small World against the Rysart board was in his Dragon Link profile? That sounds like a solid idea. I wonder if it's better than siding Kurikara for Small World, but it's interesting. Not bad.
time going versus like go side just because it's just you don't really need to see it that much. Basically, what it does when it gets destroyed, you flip another one out, and then it gives your single monster fighting attack in the battle phase. So basically, it's 9 level 2 tuners. Meek and Fearless can both be summoned when you have a 1521 or Starfrost on the board. So they're basically extenders as well. You just need to make sure when you have Peaceful on the board, make sure you don't have any tuners in the grave so that your room heart isn't not 1622 or something like that. You can't special them.
Yeah.
But cards are broken. They're just really extenders, big combo deck. So basically, just trying to get to Starfrost. We're playing Star for a hot minute. I think the card's broken. And it's just
At Italian Nats, I played against 0 Cash and 0 Super Heavy in 11 rounds, being 6-0 at one point. I mean, it is part of Yu-Gi-Oh! To the matchup roulette, you know. Sometimes you just need some luck with your matchups. That is it's a real thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes you just need to be a little bit lucky. Like the Dragon Link Duelist is that lost in top 8 of the NA WCQ is like the best example, right? Whereas like Dragon Link was a very solid deck for this format, but you're hoping to dodge Kashtira, especially in top cut, right? And then it worked well for them the entire tournament until top 8 when there was a Cash Duelist who just opened Shifter. So like, you know, sometimes you just gotta dodge those situations. And there's very, very often, or pretty much always in Yu-Gi-Oh!, there is no deck that really just beats everything in the room. So you need to make a decision on which decks you want to respect and which decks you don't want to respect because you don't expect them to be played so much, right? And then if you get unlucky, you play against the decks that you decided to not respect, right?
like,
That's part of the game.
There's so many different ways to search it depending on what kind of list you want to play. But it's a level 6 tuner, so it comes well with your Runart and your Retard. Also lets you get into your Scareclaw engine. So because it's so searchable, it's the biggest connection in the deck. So you just need to make sure that you're getting to this card during your combo so that you can make Vicious Astral, which also is a great card. We're going second card.
There was Tearlament Ishizu. Yeah, I said most of the time, almost always. Of course, tier 0 formats are an exception to this, but like there is only like out of like 20 years of Yu-Gi-Oh, there is not many tier 0 formats that I remember. There was like Tearlaments, Spiral, Necros, Goki, arguably Goki. Even Dragon Rulers had 2 options. Pendulum, Zodiac. Okay, if you're referring to Paleo as tier 0, then I guess Zodiac format counts because Paleo was tier 0. All right. And then what else? Like Teledad maybe.
We played 3 Ash, 3 Rebellion, going second, 3 other Bystials, so 1 Magma, 1 Jerusalem, 1 Stern. Literally space, talking to Mark, he wanted to play multiple Magma, and I was just like, when we were building the list, I was like, put 1 in, and we'll see how much space we have at the end to like get it in there. So when we build the list, it just doesn't not enough space, so we played 1. So this helps you play around Dark a little more, because we just get a regain, and then it's just a level 8, so you can use it with your level 2s, or then you do level 2s with this to make like Omega. There's a bunch of different combos.
Wait, 1 Magnamud?
These are just the best levels. We tested out sprites and other stuff, but because these are level 6s and they can also function as hand traps in other matchups, we decided to go the Bystial route. For spells, play Rhoda. This card I was talking about earlier, why we played 1 Retard, because this card basically is Retard or Room Heart, whichever one you need. So usually you just want to get your Retard off of Scareclaw spell. Regain, get off Rebellion, plays around Dark Ruler, also lets you kind of grind a little bit better because you just draw a lot of cards. Scareclaw Arrival, again play 1 of. Get it off Retard. Just a Monster Reborn, another extender, and then Reach Phobia. Basically, this is the extended Scareclaw engine. It's like one of this.
I mean, I understand why it's only 1 Magnamud, actually. It's just, I love Magnamud so much that whenever I see only 1, it hurts me. But I do think that in this format where Kashtira is like one of the top dogs, or the top dog to beat, you don't want to enter a tournament with like 8 cards that are dead in the face of an Arisard, pretty much, right? So like, you need Serenir and Druisworm for utility, and if you don't want to play 5 Bystials, you can play less Magnamuds, I suppose. I think that's fine.
This and 1 Retard. That's all you really need, in my opinion. If you get banished off for cash, then it'll well. You don't really, in my opinion, you don't really want to draw these cards. You just want to search them through your engine, because then you just get more pluses that way, in my opinion.
Is that the thing that
Will you be watching some of the Time Wizard deck profiles? I don't plan on doing so. I think it's... Yeah, I just kind of want to focus on the main event and then move on to Master Duel today. But I've already seen some of them. I watched them in my free time. I just watched like the Amaryllis Burn and everything. I've already seen them.
How about Baguska? I haven't forgot about that card.
That's also what it does. There's 3 defensive monsters on the board. You can pop any card on the board. So a lot of times you put myself in defense, and then your opponent kind of forgets.
I missed it over there.
And then next thing you know, just like, oh, pop card, that's for free. It also counts their monsters as well. It doesn't just yours.
Yeah,
so,
I totally punted right there.
It was card broken.
How about Baguska?
2 obsessions. The card we like the 3, but we against space issues we cut it down to 2. Pops a monster on your side of the field, and then searches Peaceful Planet. Or if you already have Peaceful Planet, face up on the field, then searches any Manadium spell trap card. So it turns your Meek into an extender plus searching the field spell, which is the thesis. So it's all just like goes into a chain to where like you just get to your whole engine, and then now you just have a whole bunch of monsters that are free. And then the card that kind of like I guess makes it that kind of broken in my opinion.
That card's crap.
Peaceful Planet Galarium. What it does is searches any Manadium or Starfrost, so it's just another name for Starfrost, and then any Manadium monster. And then when a tuner is destroyed by battle or card effects, it doesn't matter if it's into the graveyard or banished, you can bring that tuner back out. So basically use your Reese's, pop your Meek, or use Room Heart, pop Meek, and now you have 2 Meeks plus your Room Heart, which is also a level 4 Meek. So then you can make Excel, and then it's just 3 monsters. And then you just keep going and going, and now you get the Reese's, then you just get the Scarecrow field spell, and then I guess that Scarecrow engine, and now you're going again. To be honest, I played through like most boards, killed a lot of people, just going second. Probably won like 5 or 6 high rolls, but just killing a game when they kind of like don't know what's coming is really broken.
Yeah.
And then for other going second cards, we played 3 Thrust, 1 Duster, 2 Talents. Marcus decided to play 3 Talents because he doesn't want 2 O's, but I'm okay playing 2 O's. So these are the rest of our going second engine. We didn't play Dark Ruler. We're trying to kill him.
You're trying to kill him, yes.
I'm here 2 turns. Your turn and my turn. If I don't kill you, then cool, you got that game. Just try again next game.
Yeah.
Can't complain. Worked perfectly. Duster is there to respect Johnny's roots.
My deck. You're welcome, QB.
Respect like Lab, things like that. It's also trustable in some of those matchups because when they go like against Lab deck, if you force the heavily present, now you can get access to Duster and just Duster him, and now like they don't have any follow up.
Yeah.
It's just broken against those type of decks. It's easy to force like effects. Even in the trap matchups, you can still force effects. So this is why we played that. Card's broken. Also, we just dropped the favors cash. You just get talent. They go Shingra Ross on the Fenrir. You get thrust them. Get talents. Take one of them. Whichever one they let you have. And now you don't have to worry about Rise Art.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Last card, reframing. Symphony Barrier.
I lost that card.
So
that card's crazy.
Card's broken. When you have a single monster on the board and against the activation of any card, and then you have 15/21 Reese's in the grave, then it also destroys that card as well. And
Talents plus Trust was only out to cash. Yeah, I guess. But 5 is still like 5 is a respectable number. It's not like close to enough to call it a consistent way to out it, but it's like look at it this way. If you get paired against Cash Tira, game 1, you have a 50% chance to go first, right? In which case it doesn't really matter if you're playing a deck like this, right? You don't care about outing a Rise Art because you're trying to make a win board, like a board that wins you the game immediately. So going 50% of the time, it doesn't really matter how many Rise Art outs you play. And then even if you do lose the dice roll, you still have 5 outs to fall back on, which means you have like, what is 5 outs is like, I think 50%, it's more than 50%, I think, to open one. So let's say roughly 50%. I don't have the exact number in my head right now, but it's like 50% to win the dice roll, and then roughly 50% to open a Rise Art out going second. It's probably more than 50, even if you draw 6. So you have like overall only like a 25%, roughly 25% chance to go second and not have an out, which is like only every 4th game 1 against Cash that you lose 2 game 1 Rise Art in that sense, right? And so I think that's not too bad.
grave, you're able to banish it and then put Manadium cards back into the deck. But basically, it's another card that we want to play on Dark Lord as we're doing a combo. You can get an Obsession if you already have Peaceful, you get off the Room Heart if you already have Peaceful. So you just get it. It's just a good card. Also, just you make your board, your opponents have 2 board breakers.
Yeah, which is pretty hard against your ending board I kept seeing.
It's broken, but like, people still have it. It is what it is.
Hey, some people draw nice.
Some hands can out a Rise Art with Engine 2. That plus some hands, sometimes they don't have Unicorn. You know, not often, but sometimes they don't have it. You know, they don't always have it.
For side, I played 41 in the main.
41 in the main.
It's my favorite number. I play like every turn and try and beat that number.
Yeah.
For side, I played Paper Tops. Card broken, cards good versus cash. Cards is good against everything. Again, it's just another big D stick when you're trying to go for game, going second. Then 3 Kara. This card really overperformed, really. I felt like people kind of didn't play around it. Or like because you're playing a big combo deck, you can just force effects and you can still keep going. As soon as you tribute, you just have a 3,000 monster or 4,500 monster on the board. Now it's easy to get game.
Yeah.
Cards broken, top 30, top 64. My opponent went for a Chimera play and already had the Dragoon, so I was able to just tribute the Chimera and then that was just enough for game at that point.
Oh, Lord.
So he didn't really see it coming.
I'm sure he did.
We decided to play 3 Droll. If we're scared of Droll, then we should play Droll. Card was broken. When you see it in the matchup, it's really good in. It's almost just an FTK. And because if you're going second or even first, if you make your board and Droll them, they can't break your board probably. And if you go second.
By the way, I think decks like these, the reason why I'm looking at this deck profile right now is not because I think Manadium is particularly interesting for this format, but I think decks like this one have a huge opportunity to be relevant once Kashtira gets hit on a potential ban list. Like, I genuinely think Manadium is like a strategy that is definitely not bad. And has potential, and it's just like a Rise Heart is gatekeeping, you know? A Rise Heart is gatekeeping like crazy for a lot of stuff from Cyberstorm Axis and Duelist Nexus. Including this deck, it even gets more support in Duelist Nexus, right?
If you Droll them, you're probably just so much easier to kill them.
But Kashtira is just ignorant. Kashtira is just ignorant towards so many strategies. It's so efficient One card combo makes a floodgate plus removal, has room for all the non-engine in the world or hand traps in the world, whatever you want. Has crazy follow-up off of just one card, has crazy grind game. Cash Tira just gatekeeps, you know? It's just gatekeeping all those strategies.
Out of respect for Brunette, just trying to have a card that if we the light tries to right here, it's just another card you can chain to it, or you like throw off a lady labyrinth or whatever.
Yeah.
What deck will you play for Worlds? Okay, so first of all, it's still 3 weeks to submit the deck. And second of all, if I knew, I was not gonna tell you.
But I mean, that's what it's there for. Then going first, we play Carrier, Qualifier Grave, and 3 Eradicators.
I'm so scared of your side deck. I didn't even know how horrifying it was until I seen it now.
It's just broken. I mean, it's just like, I feel like the trap matchup in Limerick, I'm not really trying to like have interactive games. Like, I can, but I don't want to. So like, it's just free game against us when you activate it. Or if you play against like other decks, you can set up Chaos Angel and then do this, and then there's like very limited outs to get rid of Chaos Angel at that point. Because it can't be destroyed, destroyed by activated monster effects. So you take out all the like board breaking spell effects, and now you're good.
Yeah.
Qualifier Grave, Joel. We didn't deck no Joel, no problem. So like, if they're not Joel, we play like every.
Daedric, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Any thoughts about Infernoble Knight support? I want to play it. I remember when I first read it, I thought it was solid, but I have not looked at it in detail yet. It is something that we will look at closer to the release of Duelist Nexus in like 1 or 2 weeks. We're gonna look at all the cards in a little bit more detail on the stream. I have that planned. I just want to do that a little bit closer to set release. So just stay tuned for that, because at this point in time, I can't give you solid advice yet. I don't know enough yet about it to just tell you, yeah, it's good or no, it's not good. I don't know.
Hand trap if our hand worked, and that's basically what happened. I got Joel one time, and that time I was able to still double Mega Rips at Barrier, so I was able to
Jesus Christ.
And Barrier was our one card that, like, for other combo decks when they played against us, to like set off the rest because we felt like they would still hand trap us in order to win, or it's just against Joel, you're able to set it, and then it's like a turn skip for them. We just don't want to die on the backswing.
Yeah.
So that's my side deck for that.
That side deck scared the shit out of me. I should not even compete with you.
Yeah, I was surprised you said, I put in a record, you were like, I'm going first, and I'm like, well, damn, man.
Well, damn, it is.
I guess he's going first, I got a record by deck still. For extra deck, Light Arc, the bridge between Star Fox and Scarecrow Engine, card's broken. And it's just a free monster again. When Star Fox on board, you can bring back from the grave to make Cross Sheet, which is the next card coming up. This is good in your deck because you get a free fusion. Basically, the card that brings the deck is like Vicious Astral Cloud. So now you get to summon Vicious Astral Cloud with like under here along with Synchro. Everything gains 700 attack points, plus you get a level 2 back, level 2 tuner back to make another level 10. Dark. A lot of people didn't really see this coming today. To be honest, when I was playing against like Bistio decks, basically, even if they Bistio you, you can still keep going. And now that they go Magma, you're able to pop the Magma, Dark Charmer, the Magma. Now you have access to your Bistio engine, which in my opinion, if they're playing Bistios and I use my Bistio engine, my Bistios will probably be more effective than yours. Just because I'm gonna play through it. And then I still make Cross Sheet and still make a board after that.
Yeah.
So it was broken. Getting me to the engine. Apo, I'm not gonna lie to everybody, I freestyle a lot. So
yeah.
like, I'm gonna look at my hand, I'm gonna play, and as soon as I get to a certain point, I'm like, oh, I kinda know what I wanna do. So Apo is like when I get to like the end and I'm like, oh, there's Vicious Astral Cloud rebelling on a Cross Sheet. Guess what, summon Apo. And every time I play this card, I get confirmed to Dark Lord, and it's annoying.
I flash fired that thing when I saw you summon. I was like, get that out of here, bro.
This card is in the deck, but I hated it in the deck because it never negates
Triad Master.
some card. I'm like, all right, dude. Like, I guess it did.
I like Triad
Master.
Master.
Triad Master. This is just swap out for Charge Warrior. And our deck is just gonna draw a card, but it's a light monster, so that means you can make Chaos Angel with this and recharge. So that's like the only thing that makes it better than Charge Warrior in a sense. Omega. So we put this in on Thursday night because Mark heard the people were doing Omega loops, and so then I was like, yo, just teach me the combo. Even though you taught it to me, I still didn't know what I was doing. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I don't know how to do it, bro. So then I literally get to like this meek, and like low 4, and I'm like, guess we're just going for a couple cards.
Yeah, hit double Omegas.
So then go for that. But you just when you start playing, you see the lines, and it's just like, all right, get a card. You just hope you get a board breaker. Then you're like, all right, bring it back, try and get another card. Hopefully you get a board breaker. I think against the cash player last round of game 1, I sniped a lava roll, and then I sniped a dark no more.
Jesus, he was done.
So yeah, he was out of there.
Yeah,
this card is broken. But it's broken in conjunction with his little brother.
Yeah, it's the OG Stardust.
Yo, OG Stardust.
A lot of people, when they see you playing Vanadium, a lot of people are like, I don't know what your deck is. Like, they're like, oh, I haven't really. They kind of say like, oh, it's not that good, and like they're like, I don't really know what it does. And then you go and you start playing, and they're like, you're doing a lot. And I'm like, yeah, I mean. And then you get to a point where we go, summon this, summon Meek, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna try and hand trap this. And you're like, all right, I'm gonna chip this off. They're like, you play real Stardust?
Chip it off?
Like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, because the social on that deck. So I'm like, oh, it's free. And it plays around nib, plays around a lot of things. I feel like sometimes people get greedy with the nibs because they're like, oh, there's no point in like nibbing like little dudes.
Yeah.
So you get to this point, and it's like, okay, I played around nib and now I'm playing through nib.
That's
and then
crazy.
usually you end up going into this part, which is probably, to be honest, the most important card in the deck.
That card's crazy.
This card is basically follow up. It's negate. It's interaction. It's also the card that helps you play around Dark Lord because you're trying to bring it back off regain. Or it's broken. Also lets you take other people's stuff. I was able to take a Mally at one point and use it with my room march to make a Chaos Angel. Like, it comes up.
The winners list isn't out yet, right? No, but it's Cash Tira.
Card's broken. Realistically, if I don't Omega loot people for 2, the board I'm really trying to make is this Baron, and you're gonna end up going over this too. Usually,
That
I
looks
out.
Oh,
Usually just put in
Archer.
face mode and say good luck. I'll literally sit there and like, if you have like board breakers, cool. Because if I have the regain, if I have reframing, then like, it doesn't matter.
And
So, like,
Changing
so
as
the board's
well.
coming out.
That's
This one-
5 level 10
this one's
synchros.
gonna keep them from being banished or destroyed by any other effect. So now you just have a board of big dudes that like kind of hard to deal with. The only deck that didn't care about this was Pearly. They didn't care.
Yeah,
They just went happy. They went happy combos.
Yeah.
basically you're able to make this really easily with like
A third of our extra deck is level 10 synchros. That's crazy.
Really comes up against the runic deck.
Bro, I read that card like 20 times and it still was broken every time.
If they don't play correctly, you're able to banish Runic Fountain. Also, just there's not a lot of runic cards that like don't destroy monsters. I guess that matter to you. So
Yeah.
you're able to protect your board. It's really good. And then the card Johnny don't want to see. I guess when you
Oh, I
play
saw
with
that
Genie,
shit quick.
Card was solid. I really summoned it like every once in a while. Just a 15 because sometimes it comes up. Came up once in a while. Pizza, the seals, things like that. And I think it's quite broken.
Yeah. Inherent summons, baby. I was looking at my Inspector board.
And then 2 Astrolauts. Okay. No, interesting deck. I like it. I don't think it was great for this format, but of course it can still work as shown here. So it's not bad. But for future formats, could be worth going back to lists like this and use them as a starting point, add the new support in and see what's going on. I love the fact that we included Assault Synchron. Okay. We're gonna make the switch to the Master Duel right now. Give me a second. And we're gonna talk about Master Duel Worlds, because that's apparently what all of you guys care about, because I've been getting a ton of questions about it. And we're gonna talk about Master Duel Worlds. Hold up. Let me boot it up. All right. I am thirsty though, so I'm gonna refill my water real quick, and then we're gonna talk about the Master Duel Worlds rule set and everything that I think about it and whatnot, and chat a little bit about it, and then we're gonna continue climbing to Master Rank. So that's the plan. All right, I'll be right back. Bro, what music am I coming back to? What music am I coming back to, dude? I can't leave you guys alone ever. Can't leave you guys alone ever. Hold on, I forgot to close the door. All right. Good. Before we hop in and talk about this, I just want to take a moment to thank everybody who's watching, because whenever I come back to my PC, I just see the viewer number, and I'm just incredibly happy and thankful about everybody. Okay. Thank you for enjoying, you know, the content and everything. And then let me organize my tabs in the back a little bit. There is an ad running right now, which I didn't do on purpose. So I'm gonna wait until we start. It's only like 20 more seconds. Then we should be able to, then we should be good to go. Ads match? As if you had that problem, Waver. You have a 13-month Ronin Totem badge. You don't get any ads. Do you think there is a chance any team won't put Max C in the shared card pool? We'll talk about that, but I don't think so. No. Probably ask Luke von Karma or MBT about the pre-rolls trick so it's more controlled, but up to you. I have to get better at that type of stuff, yeah. You might not realize because of my, you know, viewer numbers, which are crazy, I must admit. But I haven't been doing this for that long, so I'm not super familiar with all that stuff sometimes. Sometimes I just miss the opportunity to like skip an ad or something, and then it ruins the stuff that I'm doing right now for some people, but it is what it is. Twigs96, thank you for the prime. See, that's how you avoid ads completely, right? That's how you avoid ads and support me and make me very happy is by just subscribing. Easy clap. And then we don't have to worry about it. That's the hack. Think about that. Exactly, Flipper. Exactly like that. Exactly. Flipper, thank you for the prime. V195, thank you for the 3 months. That's the way. That's how it works. That's how it works. Tutorial. Okay, anyways. Enough begging. Regarding rules for World Championships 2023 finals. The Master Duel event at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023 will be held in person in Japan on August 5th and 6th. Which, by the way, chat, I'm kind of afraid, dude, because the weather in Japan, I'm scared of it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm scared of the weather in Japan, because it's already super hot in Germany. And I've been to Japan before. The weather there is not kind to me. Let me actually see, hold up, what the weather is in Japan right now. Weather in Tokyo. Hold up. $29 degrees at, oh my god, 37. Monka Christ. To be fair though, it's not that much worse than in Germany right now. Germany is also really, really hot right now. However, Japan is like a lot more humid than Germany usually. So we'll see. Basically all this to say, I thought about going longer than what they give you, because like Konami gives you, I don't remember exactly, it's like Thursday to Monday, I think, is what they give you, the travel. But there, I was thinking about extending it and going like a couple extra days with my fiance, just to some vacation. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I am not the type of person to go on a vacation to a place that's hotter than where I'm from. That's just not my vibe. Like I'm not the type of person to like in summer go somewhere into the beach where it's super sunny. It's just not me. I don't know. Some people really like going to like the beach and really hot places and whatnot. It's not me. It's not me. I like to go when it's really hot outside, I'm staying inside. You know what I mean? It's kind of like my ideal type of thing. If I would go to vacation, I would go to places that are colder than Germany, not hotter. Mr. Trevor, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. Got my first top for the NA WCQ. Yo, congrats. Nice. Well done. Nate River, thank you for the 3 months. Go to Antarctica. Dude, I could totally chill in Antarctica right now. Just admit that you don't have your Rimini beach body ready. You know what? I've never had a beach body in my life. I don't know if that's part of it, but it's just I'm not comfortable. Anyways, long story short, I'm not going to stay longer at Worlds. I've decided I'm just going to be there for the regular time period and then just go back home. I'm just going to go back home. Which I guess is good news for you, because it means we're probably returning to stream relatively soon after. Like, I'm going to maybe take 1 or 2 days off and then be back. Yeah, that's probably what it means. No, we could play Edison. Bro, we can play Edison at every event. Are you vlogging it? You see, I've thought about it. Maybe I will. I don't know yet. The thing about vlogging is that I've never done it, and I think I'm really bad at it. Because feels awkward to me. I don't know. Running around with a camera pointed at my face. I don't know. I've never done it. I'm not used to it. Maybe I will try it. We'll see. But I also do want to focus on the event. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's going to be hard to like encapsulate the really important moments when you're trying to be focused. You know what I mean? That is the worst timing ever. We've been reacting to videos for like an hour, and now that we're done, we get food. Easy clap. Worst timing. Okay, we're gonna start. We're gonna talk about this first, and then I'm gonna eat. Showing OCG players Edison will be revolutionary. I'm sure. Do the Japanese not have any understanding of like Time Wizard formats? Do they not do that? Surely they also enjoy visiting old formats every once in a while. Surely they do. Anyways, let's talk about the rule set for the World Championships, because of course that is really important to me. But it is also going to be important to some of you guys, because I have decided one cool way of getting a overview into this format, and maybe seeing what kind of decks work and what kind of strategies function in this sort of environment. I have decided that we're going to be hosting a tournament under these rules for all of you guys on my Discord server in the upcoming weeks. I don't have a set date for it yet. I don't know what the prize pool is going to be yet. I'm going to like talk to my sponsors about, you know, I'm sure we can get a little bit of card market in there, and all the others, you know, Sleeve Chief, Smart Card. I'm going to contact them and see what we can do. It's going to be free, of course. And then we're just going to have a nice day, probably on a weekend, where I'm going to be hosting a tournament with the rules of the World Championship for all of you to compete in. And we see, right? We see how it goes. I think it's going to be fun. I'm going to be clearing up the details and everything in the next couple of days. Americans allowed? Everyone is allowed. Everyone is allowed. As long as you have time. It's going to be during my regular stream times on a weekend. It's going to be like, you know, if you want to play, it's going to be relatively early for you, probably. I can try to put it a little bit later so that everyone can play, but we'll have to finalize all that, right? I haven't finalized it, but I plan on doing that. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a fun weekend stream, like a one-day tournament. It's going to be a team event because, as you will see, the Master Duel World Championships are a team tournament, 3v3. So let's just jump into the rule set that they're going to be using for the World Championships. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship 2023 finals will be a team battle between teams of 3. 8 teams made up of representatives from each region will compete to be the champion. The finals consist of the first stage and final tournament. The first stage is a round-robin tournament with teams split into 2 groups. 2 teams from each group will qualify for the final tournament. A match between 2 teams is called a round. A round consists of each player playing 1 duel against everyone on the opposing team. Each round consists of 3 sets of 3 simultaneous duels. What this means is we're going to have a group stage of 2 groups of 4 teams. And then we have the final tournament, which is a fancy word for top 4. Right? It's going to be top 4. Where we have 2 groups of 4 teams where it's round robin, everyone faces everyone, and then the top 2 teams from both groups move on to the top 4. Simple as that, right? Basically, if anyone is more familiar with that, it's the Champions League thing from soccer or football, however you call it. That's how it's going to work. During rounds, players can talk with their teammates and watch their duels after finishing their own duels. However, they cannot watch other teams' duels or listen to other teams' conversations. The winner of a round is the team that won the most duels, which means 5. It's a best of 9. It's basically best of 9 because it's 3 duelists on each team, and then round robin. So I play against all 3 people from the other team and the same for all the others. So it's a best of 9 because as soon as you have 5 wins, you win basically, right? Unless there's a tie, which I don't know how that would be possible, but there's a rule here. If the number of duels won is tied, the round-winning team will be decided by a duel between the team representatives. So if, for example, I don't even know how that would happen, but if it's 4-4, and then game 9 ends in a draw, which I don't know how that would even be possible in Master Duel. There's probably ways, but I don't think it's ever going to happen in real competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Then that would be the tiebreaker. Okay. Here is the more important rules here, because all of this is good to know, but it was kind of expected, you know, we kind of knew it was teams all along, so we expected rules to be somewhat like this. How do we build our decks for this event is the even crazier part, the most interesting part here, also the most important. All decks must follow the Forbidden and Limited list effective as of July 14th. This is the one that has Silva and Expulsion banned. This was important to know for us, because that means as of July 14th, when that ban list comes into effect, we can start testing and preparing, and there will be no further ban lists that we have to expect, right? So we know this ban list is the final ban list legal for that is in effect for this event, and they can only consist of cards available on that date. Now, same thing as before. This means that the next set that's coming out in 2 days is the only set that's going to be released until Worlds. And it means that we only need to prepare with those cards in mind. We don't have to expect any surprise release, like week before Worlds, we're going to drop Kashtira on you. Not going to happen, right? The only cards that are going to be legal for Worlds that are not yet in the game are the ones releasing in, I think it's 2 days. I don't know exactly when, but like the next set, basically, where we are expecting Labyrinth, basically. Labyrinth has been, I think, teasered to us. We don't know the full set, which is why I'm particularly hyped for the stream in 1 or 2 days when those cards are released in Master Duel, because there can potentially be a lot of important cards in that set, right? There can be a lot of important cards in that set that we need to take into account, which is why also I'm going to be, I'm just going to tell you, we haven't really been playtesting yet. We've been talking some theory in the team and everything, but we haven't been playtesting yet because we don't know all the cards. There's no real point, you know, like, I want to wait until we have the full set list, all the cards that are legal, to start building decks, right? That's going to be in 1 or 2 days. That's when we're going to really start to get going testing inside the team and everything. Each player can use up to 2 decks and can choose which of the 2 to use for each duel. 6 decks per team in total. This is interesting. This means every player has to bring 2 decks to the event. And each round you can decide which of the 2 decks you want to play, right? You can always play one of the decks if you only like one of your decks. If you only like one deck, you can play that one deck throughout the entire tournament. You never have to use your backup deck, but there is a backup deck. It says up to 2, yeah, because you technically, if you only like one deck, like I said, you don't have to use your second deck ever. You don't even have to submit a second deck. It'd be stupid not to. It'd be stupid not to have a second deck just for the option, right? But you want to have, like, the way I think that's going to go is you're going to have one deck that you're really comfortable with, that you think is really good for every of the 3 players. And then you're going to have like a maybe more situational second deck, right? That maybe counters some certain strategies, you know, maybe you have a deck that really counters a certain deck, and if your opponent has that, you can pick it, something like that. But yes, 2 decks per duelist, which means 6 decks per team. And then the most important part is now there can be at most 3 copies of each card across all of each team's decks. If a card is limited or semi-limited, only 1 or 2 copies respectively can be included across all of each team's decks. I'm not going to use Super Quantum for Worlds. No. I'm not going to do that. Thank you for the 4 months. Anyways. Example. If you put 2 copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon in one of your decks, you can only include 1 more copy across other decks. If you put 3 copies of Red Eyes Black Dragon in one of your decks, you cannot put any more copies in any other decks. If you put 1 copy of Called By in one of your decks, you can only include 1 more copy across all other decks. How many subs for MathMech as second deck? I'm not going to tell you the number. You just have to go ahead and find out. So what this is referred to is commonly known as shared card pool, which is a thing in Duel Links. It is a thing in Duel Links where you can only use the cards in all of your decks once, right? Or like 3 times total if it's at 3. It's an interesting concept, I think. It is an interesting concept because it forces you to build different decks, right? The only problem is that there are certain cards, of course, in Master Duel. We all know which cards I'm referring to, that are pretty much present in every deck. And so it would be very weird if you had to build 6 decks with only 3 maxis total, right? So they added a little bit of an extra rule to make that not a problem. And the rule is as follows. Each team can designate up to 3 shared cards. If a card is designated as a shared card, up to 3 copies can be included in each deck, of course, unless it's limited or semi-limited. So basically, we can choose 3 cards that are excluded from this rule. Which you could refer to this rule as the maxi rule. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there is a 99.9% chance that every team will designate maxi. And there's like also probably over 90% chance that every team is going to designate Ash Blossom. The third one is a little bit more up in the air. I could see cards like Imperm, Called By, Zeus, those type of cards. I think I could see as the third card. Maybe Talents, something like that. Maybe Prosperity. Maybe something like, I don't know. It's tough to say which one the third card would be, but I believe that almost every team, probably every team, is gonna have Ash and Maxi as their shared cards. Like, let's be real. I'm not even giving any information away. Everyone's first thought when they read this rule is Maxi Ash, literally, and I think that's for good reason. I think it's for good reason that you're gonna. I think everyone is gonna have 3 Ash, 3 Max as their shared cards. Yeah. So 1 Zeus for each player is already doable, don't need to share. No, you're wrong. Zeus is at 1. Zeus is limited in Master Duel, so you can only play 1 Zeus in all 6 decks. If you don't designate it as a shared card. If it's not designated as a shared card, you can only have 1 Zeus in 6 decks, which is tough, I think. There's a lot of decks that like Zeus. The extra deck is going to make building decks past the first 3 really hard. I mean, what you're referring to is, let's say we look at a card like Access Code Talker, which is a really good extra deck card. However, Access Code Talker is unlimited in Master Duel, which means you can play 1 copy of Access Code Talker in 3 different decks. And then the other 3 decks cannot have Access Code Talker. The same is true for cards like Sprite Elf, Nightmare Unicorn, Nightmare Phoenix, IP Masquerena. A lot of cards that are very generically strong, right? That is a problem. However, I don't think that makes it worth using one of those cards as a shared card. I don't think anyone is going to use something like Access Code as their shared card, because there are decks that can go without Access Code. And there are also cards that, like, you can just put 1 Access Code into 1 deck, the more important deck, basically, right? You just need to find 3 decks that can work without Access Code, right? I'm not even sure if you're gonna have 3 decks with Access Code, because like Sprite decks don't run it, Tearlaments decks don't run it. you know, like Labyrinth decks don't need it, I think. So there you go. You have like 3 really good decks that don't need access code. Zeus, on the other hand, is different, right? Because Zeus, if you play something like Sprite, that really wants Zeus. Tearlaments wants Zeus. And then there's other decks that also really want Zeus. Right? So I think, yeah. Just share Blue, Gigantic, and Elf and play 3 Sprite decks. And how are you going to deal with, like, 2 starter? How are you going to deal with Jet? Like, that's not possible. I don't think it's possible to play the same deck. Because even if you did that, let's say hypothetically, you did share Blue, Elf, and Gigantic. Dude, those Sprite decks are going to be scuffed AF because you have... Max C is not shared, Ash is not shared, all of the other hand traps are not shared, Called By is not shared. How are you going to build 3 solid Sprite decks with that? It's not possible. It is not possible. Literally, my interpretation of this rule is we need to bring 6 different decks that are very different from each other. The only cards we can play in all decks are Maxi, Ash, and 1 more. Right? Like, that's basically what this means, in my opinion. That is what it means. Very simple. Sounds like an interesting format, honestly. I am a fan of this. I'm not sure if the 3 shared card rule is the best way to balance this out, but I personally think it is cool that we are forced to bring different decks, that we are not forced to all play, or that we are not all playing the same deck each round. I think 6 different decks is kind of hard to do because you, like, finding 6 top decks in a Yu-Gi-Oh format is not easy. And like, there's probably going to be a large gap in quality between the best deck, like the first best deck, and the 6th best deck, right? There's going to be a difference in quality. But the cool thing here is that you don't have to play all of those 6 decks in the tournament, right? Every duelist has 2 decks, and you can technically always only play one of them, right? You only need 1 good deck for each player, which means you only need to find, like, the best 3 decks, right? And then you can do, like, the second deck can be a little bit more, like, off the wall, more situational, doesn't have to be brought in every round. So I think that's kind of what you do, right? You kind of try to find the 3 best, most solid decks for each player, and then you try to round it out with, like, a good secondary deck, right? Did you know this format before picking a team, and do you think it would have impacted your team choice? I did not know about the format beforehand. No, we didn't know that. We only knew about that pretty much when this was dropped in Master Duel. We got a separate email, but it was around the same time. I don't think it would have in fact impacted my team choice. I'm happy with my team. I think we can do fine. I think we can do just fine. So yeah, those are the rules. And those, for the record, are also going to be the rules that we're going to be using in the tournament that I'll be hosting. We're going to use the exact same rule set as the Worlds tournament. Do you have to find the 6 best decks? You could gamble and assign, for example, 1 suboptimal deck to make the other 5 stronger and calculate that the 6th deck most likely will lose. Well, so what you're saying does make sense in a way. What you mean is you don't want, like, basically you need 1 really good deck. You need 1 really good deck for each player. Which means you need 3 really good decks. And then you need a secondary deck for each duelist, which you don't want those secondary decks to impact your card choices for the first deck. You know what I mean? You don't want, like, for example, Prosperity in one of your secondary decks. You probably want that to be in your Sprite deck or your Labyrinth deck, right? That's where the Prosperity should be. So you need to pick a secondary deck that doesn't need Prosperity, for example, right? That sort of stuff, right? That sort of stuff is very important to note. Yeah. New pack in 2 days? Yeah, the new pack comes out in 2 days. Which I'm genuinely very excited for. deck lists will be unknown or deck lists will be public, that is something I do not know for sure. I am guessing that the decks are not public because it doesn't say so. So I'm just assuming it's going to be a normal hidden deck list. I don't know why it would be open deck list if it doesn't say it here. I'm assuming it's not open deck list, but yeah. Delicious Lampshank, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Are you concerned about back row decks because shared rules make back row removal scarce? You're bringing up a good point. A deck like Labyrinth is in an interesting spot because cards like Cosmic Cyclone, Harpy's Feather Duster, Evenly Matched, Lightning Storm, no one is going to design those cards as their shared card, right? However, Labyrinth, I think, is like the thing is the same applies to all of the floodgates and all of the really good trap cards. So you can probably only bring one. One Labyrinth deck, right? And that's going to be a good pick, right? I think Labyrinth is good. However, it is possible, for example, if we have a imagine the following scenario, right? One of our opponents plays Labyrinth, and we play at the same time, right? So let's say I'm player A and the other two are players B and C, and I play against Labyrinth. I can tell the other two, I can tell them, hey, my opponent is the Labyrinth player. And so when they go up against my opponent in the next round, they could pick the second deck, and we could just make the second deck really good against Labyrinth, right? You could make the second deck have like Cosmics and everything, right? And then when you play against the dude that has Labyrinth, you could think about picking that deck, right? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of interesting strategy here. There's a lot of counter strategy as well, I think, for back row strategies like Labyrinth. It's not as clear cut. Are the 6 decks shared between all teams? No. No. There's only 2 decks per duelist. Like, if I'm the Labyrinth duelist, I have the Labyrinth deck for the entire tournament. The other 2 don't. Each player has 2 decks. Then they switch to Adamancipator. See, that's where we go levels, right? That's where it becomes interesting, right? Is the Labyrinth player not going to play Labyrinth the next round because then your opponent might be on an anti-back row strategy? Who knows? Right? That's where it becomes really interesting with like lineup construction and deck building and everything. I think that's where it can get really interesting. Of course, it can get a little bit like gambly as well, right? Like you think, oh, surely they're going to switch away from Labyrinth, so I'm not going to bring the counter, and then they just rock Labyrinth again. But I think it's a very interesting concept. I'm looking forward to it for sure. And we're gonna do a lot of testing for that as well. Obviously, the thing is, we're gonna do a lot of Master Duel this month on stream, but the most important preparation is gonna happen off stream, because I'm not gonna share what decks we're gonna be bringing, who's gonna bring what deck and whatnot. That's not gonna happen on stream because I don't want the other teams to know, right? But we're still gonna play a lot of Master Duel this month, basically. We're still going to play a lot of Master Duel just to familiarize myself with the decks, right? I'm just saying that because people keep asking, what deck are you playing for Worlds? Which obviously I'm not going to tell. And then the second thing is, like, people have been commenting. I saw comments on YouTube saying, Josh, please don't use Master Duel Ranked as a way to test for Worlds. This is not the best place to test for Worlds. And I just wanted to say, I'm going to assure you, I know that. I am aware with that. I'm just playing Master Duel on stream because I want to like get a hold of how the decks play, because even if your opponent isn't as good, you can still learn how to play your deck a little bit, and you can just be familiar with all the interactions in Master Duel. Like, for example, one example is the first time I used Nimble Angler when Sprint came out. I misclicked it because I didn't know you had to select both beavers at the same time. I thought it was one after the other. Right? And so these sort of things, you can learn those even in Master Duel Ranked against like the worst of opponents. It doesn't matter. just important to get all the stuff down in Master Duel, right? Timer management and like toggling and all that stuff. You can learn that in ranked, even if it's not against the best opponents, right? All right. Okay, I have my food. It's starting to get cold. I'm trying to think if we just hop into ranked and I eat while we play, or if we watch a nice little video while I eat. What do you prefer? Just hop into the game, or some React Andy? Watch? Okay, I'm down. What do we react to then? What do we react to then? Do we continue watching the 7 Deadly Sins? I think so. Oh yeah, no, we haven't finished that. Hold up. Where were we? Which was the last one that we watched? We've already watched it's only 6 more. It's only 2 more, I mean. We're at number 6. Okay, we're gonna do a short React Andy. Short React Andy, and then we're going to play some Master Duel. That sounds good. All right, hold up. So the 6th part of Deadly Sins is called Too Much Junk.
Most trading card games last only 2 years. Time and time again, we
Plus channel eating good today. Plus channel is eating good every day.
see them make the same mistakes and crumble for the same reason. Falling victim to the 7 deadly sins
I'm also eating
of
good
trading card games.
Except that I can't
So,
really eat because
quiz
my
time.
arm hurts.
What do you need for a game of chess, aside from an opponent, of course? Well, you need a board divided into an 8x8 grid of alternating squares and 2 differently colored sets of 16 pieces consisting.
Okay, I should clarify why it hurts, I suppose. I have I don't know what the word for it is, but I've been starting to go to the gym again. And it's been a while since I've been there. So after training for the first time, everything hurts. So yeah, sore muscles, I guess. Muskelkater is the German word. So I've been struggling with that today.
Of 8 pawns, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, a king, and a queen. What about Monopoly? Well, you need a multicolored board, 8 character tokens,
And so I can't
a set of
properly
property cards,
move my
a
arm,
chance deck, a
which is
community
annoying.
chess deck, 32 houses, 12 hotels, 2 dice, and of course a buttload of fake money. And for a game of Doom? Let's just not get into that right now. Now in the inverse, what do you need to play?
This is a general issue. This is a general issue I have with board games. Is they can be cool as hell, but they try to do so much new stuff with their board games that they just get too complicated. And it's just like, dude, because my fiance always likes trying out new board games, right? Very, very frequently. And I'm a fan of it, but every once in a while, I just want to go back and play friggin' Catan, which is so simple but so fun. And then we keep trying out friggin' crazy ass board games that's 2 hours learning the rules, and then even if you beat the game, even if you finish the game, you don't even know if you properly played it. You know what I mean? Every 30 minutes you question yourself and you have to go back into the rules and be like, did we play that right? I'm not sure. You know what I mean?
Poker, a deck of cards. Blackjack, a deck of cards. Go Fish, a deck of cards. Texas Hold'em, a deck of... I think you can see what I'm getting at here. Board games tend to be valued for their presentation, the meshing of a large assortment of pieces and rules that go together like a machine, and boardies wouldn't have it any other way. People like...
Yeah, we have Dominion. Dominion is sick.
Their board games to be kind of extravagant and bold, especially the ones designed for an immersive experience like Risk. And having a few extra pieces to boost the experience is often considered a good thing. Even the simpler games like Othello, Checkers, or Go have intricate board interactions. Card games, however, usually favor the simplicity of having just the cards. They don't have a lot of moving parts to them and are easy to start up and play, with the complexity coming more from the cards themselves rather than any sort of combination of
the cards and the The locked zone markers is important.
Parts and rules. Even larger games like Dominion, Cards Against Humanity, or Sentinels of the Multiverse have a pretty simple setup
Dominion
and
is
execution.
great. I love
They
Dominion.
also aren't played on boards. I mean, yeah, pretty much every card game out there includes some sort of playmat for new players to work with, but these are basically the card game equivalent of training wheels, and once a player is used to how a card game is played, these can generally be disposed of. But if you make a game that requires a playmat because of how the cards are positioned on the field, kind of like pawn pieces, then congratulations, you've actually made a board game. But there are those games.
Well, it's not entirely true, because you could argue Yu-Gi-Oh does that, right? Yu-Gi-Oh does have, at this point in time, it is important. Like, I would recommend every one of you to use zones on a playmat. Like, that does not make Yu-Gi-Oh a board game.
Out there that seem to miss this distinction, or lean into this distinction too hard, or generally don't get it. Yeah, you can see how long this video is.
Now, at least in my regard, the most infamous one of these games is, of course, Redakai, seen previously in Sin Number 4. Redakai, a short-lived card game by Spin Master, uses clear cards with different open windows to indicate how the card works. Unfortunately, this has the side effect of preventing the cards from having uniform card backs, a must-have for any game using a randomized deck to keep the cards in the deck a secret. However,
Did that say stack to win? Stack to win! That's not the best advice for a card game. It's not the best way to mark your... Don't do that, chat. Do not listen to what they're telling you to do.
For any game using a randomized deck to keep the cards in the deck a secret. However, since that was impossible for Redakai to accomplish, the starter set also comes packaged with a darkened deck box, a card tray, and a hand-holding panel with a Kairu counter, Kairu being the game's resource, which works basically like Hearthstone's mana crystals. But you notice something odd about this? None of these components, except charitably the Kairu tracker, actually serve an in-game function. It's just a bunch of junk developed in an effort to solve an unsolvable problem. And yes, I mean unsolvable. I mean, look at this. I can still see the top card of the deck. I know which type of card I'm getting next. This stuff is all literally garbage. And all of this garbage comes with a price. And the pricier your buy-in, the harder it is to get players to take the first step into your game. In a world where a typical game starter runs from $10 on the low end to roughly $18 on the high end, Redakai has a one-player buy-in of a whopping $30. All of this stuff, the stuff that doesn't actually have a game function, that's what basically tripled the cost of the starter deck.
I honestly have no idea why they tried to make such a cursed design work as a physical card game, and as a little bit of spice on top, they did make a pocket-sized carrying case for this game, but one small problem, your deck size is 43, but you know how many cards this thing can hold? 37, and that includes the little spot in the top here. But then they made a portable case that's supposed to be easier to carry around than this darn thing. One small problem, it's over a foot long.
They were also advertising this cube thing that I think never made it past prototype. What happened to this prototype, I wonder? I'd love to get my hands on it. While we're here, I might as well mention another card game with clear cards called Gloom. It's a self-contained game about misfortune that also has asymmetrical card backs. Thing is, it's a self-contained card game where everybody draws from the same deck, the backs are obscured so you can't really tell what sort of card you're getting, and all of the cards have the exact same design on the bottom, unlike Redakai, so a darkened box would actually work here. But here's where we get to the big issue with this sort of thing. It's not just the added complexity that can throw people off of a game, but a lot of added parts can affect inclusivity as well. A lot of folks who play card games aren't necessarily big fans of paying a huge cover fee or lugging around a ton of game components, and the simplicity that your average game provides, where you can just sleeve up a deck and plunk it into a little box with a life counter and a few tokens, has a large appeal to these sorts of people. But what about a game that doesn't suffer these severe design flaws? Let's take a look at Keyforge by Fantasy Flight Games. Keyforge is a game developed to simulate that feel of Sealed and Draft Night, a concept in most trading card games where you build a deck using just the contents of a handful of booster packs rather than having access to every card in the game, forcing players to innovate new strategies while stuck with incomplete sets and suboptimal cards.
Is this an ad?
To accomplish this draft-like sensation in Keyforge, Fantasy
Or
Flight
not.
sells decks that are unique, unchangeable, and randomly generated, complete with their own unique name and card back, forcing players
Not
to
sure if
figure
ad
out the
or
deck's
part of the video.
strategies. Huh, now that I think about it, Relentlessly Poor Elulu kinda sounds like the name of a magical girl character, doesn't it? Now, while I admit Keyforge isn't really my cup of tea, I can understand why it appeals to other types of players and generally don't have a problem with its design. However, it does give a really weird answer to a simple question.
How does a new player get into a trading
I don't
card
think it was an
game?
ad.
Well, they buy a deck of cards,
I think
right?
it was just part of the video.
No, stupid. What gave you that idea? The back of the
Marilyn,
box.
thank you for the 13 months.
Don't look at that. What you're supposed to do is drop $40 on the starter set.
So, yeah, despite what the box literally says, you can't just nab any old Keyforge deck off the shelf to start playing. You need tokens. Keys, amber tokens, damage counters, stun counters, chain trackers, ward counters, health buff counters, etc.
I don't even think Mousetrap comes with this many different pieces.
Keyforge is awash with additional gobbledygook to the point that you can't actually just buy one of these decks to play. You have to either purchase a big ol' starter box to get the tokens you need, or pray that whoever shows up to play against you
If your starter box is this size, that's not a card game. What do you mean?
brought their set. This is kinda what I meant by Fantasy Flight making their games a bit too board gamey. They include a ton of additional components that increase the price of the game as well as all the stuff you have to lug around. I mean, it's not unreasonable to expect a deck to contain everything you need to play a game in it, even without the box saying so, as including the stuff needed to play a game beyond maybe a few common household knickknacks is standard operating procedure for basically every game ever.
Couldn't they have at least packed in some cards that you could flip over to function as keys, along with maybe like a lousy punch card of a few tokens? I mean, even Crossmaster in their single packs includes like a lousy little punch card of tokens, and that's a board game. Well, technically it's a miniatures game, but look at this setup, it counts.
Now, eventually Fantasy Flight released both a cheaper 2-player starter set and a 1-player deluxe deck which comes with their own smaller token sets, but the text on the back of the single decks is still misleading at best. I get that due to how Keyforge is designed, the cards can only be bought as decks, but maybe the back of the box should drop the all you need to play line and instead take this footnote that only appears further down after I've stopped reading to perhaps say players should start with a Keyforge 2-player starter set or deluxe deck.
So yeah, Redekai's $35 buy-in is a lot, and Keyforge's $40 even more so, although at least in the case of Keyforge it supports 2 players, but still, neither of them hold a candle to the single highest buy-in for a single player in a trading card game at $669.98.
What is that? Are they referring to a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh deck? Buy-in? What do they mean?
And that's because you had to buy a console.
Eye of Judgment was a card game co-developed for the PlayStation 3 by manufacturer Sony and Wizards of the Coast that makes use of a special camera called the iToy. You rig this up with a special stand and aim it at a...
Bro, I remember iToy. Who remembers iToy, dude? Who is old enough? Am I a boomer? Who remembers iToy? Bro, what does that mean? There was a card game with iToy? They were on that remote duel technology friggin' what, 20 years ago? That's insane.
cloth game board, which then registers when you play a card onto it.
Bro, anyone trying to remote duel via iToy right now?
The problems here are kind of obvious though. Even if you already owned an at the time still $600 PlayStation 3 console, which I don't, so I'm having to borrow footage here, a $70 initial buy-in for a single player is still a lot when talking trading card games. Also, how do you handle local events where players show up to swap cards and play each other? Are they supposed to pack up their entire entertainment center and bring it with them? It seems kinda silly to use physical cards in a game where all of your interactions are digital.
It's such a bad idea. It's like, I can't even fathom, it's such a bad idea, dude. Who had that?
Okay, here's the thing. I know exactly why this game is the way it is. You see, in the years before Eye of Judgment was released, there was this huge wave of card-based arcade games in Japan. These are games where you load up your collection of physical cards, either into a deck slot or onto a special table, pay a couple of bucks, play a game for about 10 minutes, and at the end you get another card. These were everywhere while I was in Japan, and I actually stumbled across a few ditched collections while I was there, so I managed to get my hands on everything from soccer cards, to Gundam cards, to wrestling cards, to real-time strategy cards, to cards for a game called Quest of D. Giggity. A lot of these sorts of games are still around, and odds are good you've heard of.
Yeah, but the difference is you don't need to own the console. You just go to one of those arcades, which are huge in Japan, by the way. They love these arcades. Which is also, I think, where Dual Terminal originated from.
Things like Dragon Ball Heroes or Pokemon Batrio. Heck, the Yokai Watch 3 Dream Medals are designed to work with one of these machines too. Eye of Judgment was clearly designed with this sort of experience in mind, but with one big problem. Arcades aren't really a thing outside of Asia. Japan in particular still has a very lively arcade scene where people play big, flashy games to show off their skills as a daily habit, popping in to play around on the trip home from work or school rather than only for special occasions as arcades are treated in America. It's why in Japan there are entire buildings filled with these sorts of games, while in America you're lucky to have even seen a Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual terminal. So, of course, we have to make do with the next best thing, home console.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Mentioned! The Batman, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back.
Which, while more accessible to Americans, has a much higher upfront fee and loses the environment that's filled with people who you can interact and trade with. Cause that's the thing about a game like Eye of Judgment. From a design perspective, it's cool, ambitious, and different. But from a publishing perspective, it's like, oh man, how am I gonna sell this? It might have had a chance, but once digital-only games like Magic Online and Hearthstone started to appear, the odds of anything like Eye of Judgment ever happening again is basically gone unless every console comes packed with a camera as standard. And even then, the convenience of digital-only games will always have the advantage. Not to say that there are no merits to Eye of Judgment's designs. It has a lot in common with later digital games like Hearthstone in that it spends its time tracking a lot of volatile effects such as current health versus max health, the elemental planes on the field and their effects, and firing up and resolving various effects with little effort.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of advantages in having an online game as opposed to like a paper game, card game even. Like, you know, there's a lot of things that you simply cannot do in a real setting, because you need like computing power and whatnot, like real randomness or whatever. However, like trying to keep the paper aspect in it, I feel like is so dumb. Like it should either be a paper game or an online game. I don't why not? Because if you do both, you have like not only the best of both worlds, but you also have the worst of both worlds combined, which can be like super awkward.
There are even some cards that have no text or images on them until they get scanned into the game, which causes things to be intrinsically tied to the game itself. I mean, I guess you could reconstruct Eye of Judgment in real life, but there's so many things to keep track of that the video game just streamlines so easily.
To which I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, wait a minute, wouldn't giving Eye of Judgment a tabletop version that you can play without the video game solve a lot of its problems? Well, no.
Because here's the thing, if you could play this game without buying the big expensive video game, why would you ever buy the big expensive video game?
A lot of people proposed this as a solution to the toys to life genre as well, making the toys that connect to the video game an optional component. Well, you can ask Lightseekers and Starlink how that went. Turns out that when you make the toys for those games optional, nobody will buy them. I got this Starlink spaceship brand new for $1. $1.
It goes back to a line I've used before, never compete with yourself. And having a version of your game where you don't need to buy the big expensive video game part of it ensures that nobody really will. And
it reminds me of those things that Nintendo uses, because he was talking about toys that are used for video games. What are they called? Amiibos, right? Amiibos? I've never seen anyone buy an Amiibo if they weren't going to use it in the game. They just give you a little bit of a bonus in games, right? I don't really know much about them. I don't really know that much about them, but it's, yeah. I mean, some people might just collect them because they look nice. Yeah, that's kind of, that can be, I can see that, yeah.
That sure is a lot of time and money put into development that's going to waste right there.
They have forced me to do it for Zelda. Why were you forced to do it in Zelda? Because I played Zelda, I didn't miss an amiibo. The only time I remember where I thought it was kind of cringe that you needed it was because it was like in speedruns for Zelda. They decided to include it. If you know what I'm talking about. Which is kind of weird that they allowed that. I find that kind of stupid, but that's a whole different topic.
If somebody wants to make another video game that operates with physical components, they'll have to make that interaction mandatory. Neither of these components can be given the luxury of being optional. Sounds harsh, but it's true. All this talk about overcomplicating the game reminds me of the fact that you can in fact go too far in the opposite direction in an effort to pursue the dream of the so-called immaculate game, where the only thing you need to play is the deck of cards themselves, no dice or anything. I mean, it's kind of the dream for a lot of game designers, and if you can get it to work in a way that's engaging and deep, then good for you, but it has also often led to a lot of lame life decking or rock, paper, scissors games. Don't forget, this episode is called The Deck and Some Dice. If there is one additional component that you should not be afraid to add to your game, it's dice. Because here's the thing about dice. Everybody has dice. They are literally the most common game piece in the world. You can find them in toy stores, game stores, bookstores, teaching supply stores.
My best kept secret.
And, at least in my country, you can buy sets of 6-sided dice at the freaking grocery store. Dice are extremely flexible, as they can be used as a reminder token, randomizer, and a
Wind up
counting
snail.
tool. Consider games like Pokemon or Magic, which tend to work just fine with the cards themselves, along with one or two things to monitor stuff like player health or damage. Pokemon, you just need the cards, a handful of 6-sided dice to track damage, and maybe a 2-sided poison burn marker per player.
I mean, these days in Pokemon, you need more like 20-sided dice.
If necessary. Now, while in Pokemon, each starter deck includes paper damage counters and a flip coin instead of dice as a mixture of tradition and being easy.
Bro, no one uses these. No one uses these.
Easier for new players to understand, do keep in mind that the Elite Trainer boxes, special sets intended for more advanced players, ditch all of that stuff for a clutch of dice instead. Magic the Gathering, Ikoria notwithstanding, tends to just need the cards and perhaps a spin down counter for your life total. They might also need a handful of dice in case.
I have a question to all the Magic duelists that use a 20-sided dice for life points. What the hell happens if you gain life? What do you do? What the hell do you do if you gain life over 20? You get more dice? Oh, nah. Nah, dude. No shot. No shot.
+1/+1 counters or token creatures come into play. Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, you kinda need a calculator for that one. Or a D10 and a set of percentile dice if you're feeling fancy.
Bro, or just use a pen.
Though, when it comes to organized play, most games with life points require you to track your health via paper and pencil anyway, and those are even more readily available than dice. Either way, most games tend to keep it simple, tracking cards by position or location as often as with a sort of counter or dice. There's a reason why so many games have card effects that only last until the end of the current turn, so that you only have to keep track of such effects for that long. Same goes with card placement, facing, or...
Oh, that's why Dimensional Barrier and D-Shifter are okay. Oh, because they're lingering until the end of the turn. I see. I never knew that. I never looked at it from that perspective. Now I realized why they're fine and totally balanced. So you don't have to keep track of them for that long. Oh, yeah, okay. No, they're balanced.
Location. They track themselves so the players don't have to deal with so much data at once. Although Yu-Gi-Oh! Again has a nasty habit of giving cards permanent changes which require all sorts of tracking for live play. As a Fortune Lady player, I know how bad this can get. But
as a what?
But coming back to Keyforge, a handful of dice doesn't really solve its problems, as there are just so many different vectors which couldn't be kept track of without the same variety of dice as tokens we started with. Although, while we're on the subject of games with a tactile experience, I figure it might be a good idea to bring up a number of games that actually include additional components that, rather than acting as trackers that are kind of a burden to use and carry around, they actually interact with the game state and can actually make the game fun and more exciting. Now, I do confess I am a bit biased in favor of these kinds of games, as one of them is what got my channel off of the ground, but what I'm talking about are trading card games that incorporate the skill challenge. A skill challenge is when you have to perform a physical action during your turn. The most obvious example of a skill challenge would be Bakugan's rolling mechanic. You don't just pick one of your Bakugan characters and place it out onto the field to fight, you actually have to roll it from your side of the table onto a little patch of magnetic cards, which it then grabs onto and opens, conferring a bonus. Another example, and probably my favorite obscure game, is Battle Claw, where players scatter some little plastic figures called Jinlins onto the table, which they then grab with a little crane game claw. The Jinlins that you grab then act as the currency you cash in to perform actions during your turn.
Okay, I can sense a lot of you sneering at me right now, but hear me out. If you have a game that uses dice rolls to determine what actions you can do that turn, and you get a bad roll, then that's just bad luck, isn't it? But if the reason that you lose out on a lot of the things you can do on your turn are because you flubbed a skill challenge, well, that's your fault now, isn't it?
A good...
You should... Honestly... We should just draw our opening hands with a claw like that. If you manage to draw 12 cards with the claw, you open with 12 cards. If you miss your deck completely, you open 0. We should have that. We should actually just have that. You just draw with the claw for every turn. You can draw 20, you can draw 40, you can draw 0. It depends how, it's just a skill issue, you know what I mean? It's your fault.
Skill challenge is quick to set up, brief, and importantly, allows a high skill ceiling. If you flubbed your skill challenge, that's a place where you can practice and improve, removing the luck from that element and replacing it with pure skill. You can't really practice getting better at rolling random dice. Gamers love eliminating the luck from a situation, and a quick game mechanic that rewards player skill certainly appeals to a not insubstantial cadre of gamers. In Bakugan, this manifests as a combination of skillful core placement and improved technique. Bakugan proved to have a skill ceiling so high that it took the game's own designers completely by surprise, which means that a lot of the cards they had released that were balanced in the theoretical scenario of rolls going wild all over the place and grabbing random cores are crazy overpowered in the hands of precision players. But, and I must emphasize this, the skill challenge must be tied to the rest of the game. Bakugan's rolling determines the bonus you get in battle, and the critters in Battle Claw aren't just random. Specific ones let you build more powerful monsters.
Are these games still a thing? 12 Mob, thank you for the 7 months, appreciate that. Is Bakugan still alive? I never realized Bakugan even lived. Don't question mark me. Don't be like, question mark, of course Bakugan is alive. What do you mean? I don't even remember the last time I've seen a Bakugan. Okay, hold up. What do I Bakugan deck profile? Oh, there are Bakugan deck profiles. Hold on, holy shit, there are. Okay. Bakugan feature match. Bakugan tournament final match. Okay, that's 3 years ago. Very alive, Chad. Very alive.
Hi, I'm Jet Kuso, and welcome to the Baku Showdown, the only Bakugan battling show featuring the craziest battles, the most skilled brawlers, and some of the weirdest matchups you have ever seen. We are at Collected Comics on the Polygs are being put into motion. The battlefield is existing.
The battlefield is existing.
Now, it exists. There's a battlefield. Because that's more fun. They count in
Fangzor.
They do their first
Wait. I need to see the roll.
Because that's more fun. They count in
Fangzor.
They do their first
Oh, he
roll,
missed
show
completely. What a
misses.
scrub.
Fangzor.
And Nico stands with his ultra darkest Hyderus. What the Fangzor.
What a scrub. Skill issue.
One for Thunderbolt, plus 3 damage, so that was a total of 4 damage.
Nico plays Thunderbolt, boosts his damage. Carter takes the damage. Second turn. Oh,
you missed
Shogun.
again, dude? Oh my god. Literally free, dude. Literally free. What the hell do you mean?
It also can't be a thing where we, like, step aside to play something else, like throwing a ball into a cup or something. The skill challenge has to directly engage with the game's mechanics. And they must be brief, like it takes as long to perform the challenge as it does to roll a couple dice. We don't want something so intricate that the opponent has to be kept waiting. And to bring this thing full circle, just another reminder that card game players don't like lugging around a ton of extra stuff, so the pieces need to occupy less space and can be set up anywhere without the need for a board. Bakugan has a central core onto which the rest must be added, and Battleclaw has little border cards meant to be placed at the corners of the play area.
Okay, how are you gonna tell me that like there can't be too much stuff to be carried around, but you have to freaking carry around the claw? And you're telling me that's okay?
And shambles it together like any other card game, no board required. So how can I say that these designs are good while going off on Keyforge earlier? Well, Bakugan and Battleclaw don't lie on their boxes, first of all. Battleclaw had a one-player buy-in of just $15.
I am not happy. I am not happy about the internet situation recently. It is really annoying, actually. Never mess with the Battleclaw community? I guess, yeah, I guess. Alright, everyone, refresh. Refresh angle. We disconnected. I don't know what happened. I don't know what it is why this keeps happening recently. Jaros, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the continued support. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Okay. Well, all right. The video is almost over anyways.
Keyforge, which are used to represent card effects, the Bakugan and Jinlins are integral game components which have their own influence over the game and, more importantly, track themselves. They're a part of the fun without being cumbersome and oversaturated the way a board game component might be, as there are roughly only 6 to a dozen of them in play at any one time. I have to
Can we please establish the phrase, please claw the out?
stress though, these kinds of skill challenge games are outliers. Outliers that actually tend to appeal more to younger audiences, so if you can't come up with...
I believe such a thing could never really happen in the super competitive space. There's just too much room for weird shit when you actually have to do stuff like that. It's just, I feel like, more frustrating and annoying than it benefits people.
Something that's just as simple, well integrated, and self-tracking as something like this, you might wind up like Dragamons over here, where the toys actually have no reason to be there. Not to mention, making a game with additional 3D components makes for a conundrum when producing expansion products like booster packs. Throwing something in that isn't a flat shape will cause your packs to bloat and risk damaging the cards inside. Not to mention cost more to produce and take up more real estate at the stores you will try to sell your game to. For a few examples of how these have been done, look to Battleclaw for some good examples, or to Dragamons and Star Wars Destiny for some less good examples. People know that plastic punch cards are still a thing, right? If you really want to add minis or pawns to your game, you know you can use those, right?
Now, I have seen and heard a number of proposals on places like Kickstarter about a trading card game that involves moving the cards around on a field as though they were game pieces.
Are we back? Yeah, we're back. We lost almost half our viewers from that, which is kind of a bummer, but yeah, my internet kind of ruined it.
First of all, again, if you've done that, what you've made is a board game, not a card game. Secondly, other game companies have already tried this. Remember Dungeon Dice Monsters? Remember?
Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I loved Dungeon Dice Monsters as a kid. I loved that as a kid.
Dungeon
Don't you say anything bad.
Monsters.
Okay, maybe an attempted spin-off of a popular card game isn't the best example of this, but it does say something that the people who enjoyed the Yu-Gi-Oh card game had next to zero interest in a board game version. Magic the Gathering
I loved it so much. I loved it so much as a kid.
Arena similarly wound up in discount stores nationwide. Just to clarify, I'm not really talking about miniatures games where the figures include a card to tell you the special abilities of that figure, which Dungeon Dice Monsters technically is as far as its game pieces are concerned.
Didn't it have a PS2 game? I never played the PS2. I was never a PlayStation kid. I was a Nintendo kid. I didn't have a PlayStation. But like I remember Dungeon Dice having like a real game as well.
I mean a full-on game where you use a built deck to control a series of units on a pre-packaged field, or as I have put it before, a board game. And yeah, I'm counting miniatures as board games.
Oh yeah, no, it had a Game Boy game, yeah.
While I have seen some self-contained games like this sold as one-and-dones that seem to get decent traction.
There was a physical game. There was a physical game, yeah. You know what? This is getting kind of ridiculous. This is getting kind of ridiculous. I have no idea what's going on. I don't understand. I think I'm gonna have to reset my router after stream. It says my connection is unstable. It says my connection is unstable. We can't really, it can't really work like that. It can't really work like that. Yeah, kind of annoying. We'll just try it like this, because it's 4 p.m. We technically only have like a little over an hour left for the regular streaming time. I'm gonna try it. If it stops once more, then I'm just gonna try and fix it and be back tomorrow. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Sorry for that. But yeah, we'll just try and see if it works for the rest of the day.
Out of cards. You know, like Chaotic? That means folks don't have to shell out the extra cash and storage for boards and stuff. Well, Chaotic actually isn't as cut and dry as you might think it is. Now, there have been games where you set aside a stack of cards to build a game board, like the Exceed system by Level 99, which I hated.
I have a fridge box, yeah.
But for
if anyone is familiar with these issues, by the way, if anyone knows what to do, feel free to drop me a DM on Twitch or on Discord, because I haven't been... This particular problem I haven't had. But yeah, if anyone knows what that could be, feel free to let me know. I'd appreciate any ideas.
An actual trading card game, there's NFL Rush Zone. Now, NFL Rush Zone is a game that is similar to Redakai in that it's nothing but bad ideas. But unlike Redakai, where a lot of the bad stuff came about in pursuit of an impossible solution, NFL Rush Zone is... well, let me try to give you the skinny. In NFL Rush Zone, the cards you pull from the packs are incomplete. You have to attach some special stickers. Yeah, stickers, also found in packs to bring them to full power. The characters themselves also have no balancing mechanics, so some are absolutely better than others. This is because the stats of the characters are based on the team's season records, and the Ravens won that year, so... And, ironically enough, probably the least offensive mechanic of all, you build a football field out of 5 cards and a couple of pawns to race across the field to score points. Yeah, it's not a very good game. Honestly, if you really want a card game about football, get yourself a copy of yugioh, it's way better. Because here's the thing, boards made out of cards suck.
Yeah.
They always slide around and get out of place, and these cards don't even do anything. They're literally just sitting there, not participating in the game's actions. And cards don't make for good character pawns either. The constant lifting of the cards off of the table to move them around just sucks if your fingernails aren't in good shape. Rush Zone does have this cute little feature where you clip an end zone onto one of the field cards to give yourself a bonus. I like the physicality. Maybe it could be used in a different game where you clip some sort of power-up onto a character card or something. Though doing this too often might damage the cards and
Yeah,
you kind of
that's
lose the gimmick if you
awful.
sleeve up.
I'm cringing as I see
But
that.
it still seems like something to keep in your back pocket. Which brings us back to Chaotic. Chaotic is a card game that does have a system of movement like a board game, but there's an important distinction to make. First of all, the field in Chaotic isn't a board made of cards. They're more like a set of warriors in formation. And secondly, every card is a participant in what's going on. And it is indeed possible to play the game without any sort of playmat at all. You just set the armies across from each other and have your fight. Chaotic is not a board game. Odds are good if you're considering making a board game out of cards. I suggest you reconsider. You might find that people will have more fun if you shrink the size of your board and swap out the cards instead for miniature pieces.
The idea of a card game that combines with a few additional pieces is still a very fertile ground full of uncharted territory, but you have to keep a pragmatic mind about it. If what you come up with imposes...
All right. Interesting video, unfortunately a little bit interrupted by 2 freaking disconnects. I hope it doesn't matter again. I hope it doesn't happen again, but yeah. Okay, let's hop into Master Duel for the remaining time. Let's still try and have a good time at Master Duel. It won't bring us down. Yami Saradek, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back to month number 4. Thank you so much. And Kochi12, thank you for the 3 months. I'm doing good. I'm a little bit annoyed by the disconnects, but other than that, I'm doing great. How are you? All right. So... What do we have here? Oh, the Bestial Synchro. Am I gonna work more on the Bestial Synchro? Or just play around with something else? You know what? Let's play one game with the Karakuri deck. Let's just play one game with the Karakuri deck. Because as long as I still have it. Surely nothing goes wrong. Why are you plat still? It's just I haven't been playing that much. We really have to do more. We have to just play more. We just have to play more Master Duel. Simple. Grass! I'm just gonna add Regulus so that I don't mill it. Not because I only play 2. Bro, have you ever activated a Grass Looks Greener, milled like 20 cards, and not a single trigger pulled up? Not a single trigger effect came up? Oh my god, okay. I milled 3 fortresses. Let's draw 2. Gear frame. Wait, I only... Okay. Small world. Okay, whatever. That freaking grass was not that satisfying. We want... Banish this. I want gear frame. I want gear frame. What do I need to banish to get to gear frame? Hamp? That works. Hamp. And I want gear frame. Verschrieben, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Alright, Regulus. Equip, I don't know, this. Can someone tell me what this deck is? No one can tell you that. There's no answer to that question. Ballista? Box. We don't have a target for a box. Because we milled the infinite drag. Grass is not even that good in his deck. Mr. Zoombel, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Also, thank you for completing the first level on the hype train. Thank you. For pulling my mood up after the friggin' disconnects. We have... Wait, did we play 2 O-Lion or 1? Please let it be 2. Is it 2? I think it was 2. Okay. It's 2. Okay. And then here we make Axel Synchron. O-Line gets the token. We decrease the level. I can normal summon the other O-Line and make a Librarian here. Is that the best course of action? I think it might be. Gonna make Burrito. Probably summoning Ninishi from the deck? Or the... No, just the frog. The Froge, right? Yeah, the Froge. And then we make Burrito. And this one summons Ninishi. The level 9 also summons on summon, yeah. I could make the level 9 as well. But then we're kind of... If I get Ninishi now, I can normal summon the barrel. Wait, can I have another normal summon? Because I already extra normaled O-Line. Oh yeah, I can. Normal that. Change battle position to draw a card. Ah, hello. Baron. Axel Stardust. I love that Liberian is maxi for yourself. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We have no way of triggering this on our opponent's turn. But he big, so we make it. What do we have? Activate. Jet. Wait, we haven't used Jet. Oh, we could have done so much more than that. Why did no one stop me? We could have had so much more. We could have drawn so much more. I forgot we had shit in the graveyard. You seem so happy. I am happy. All right, well. You could have used Chenging. Well, on my turn, yes. Is Sprite better than Tier on Master Duel? That is one of the questions I do want to find out this month. How good Tearlaments still is, because I'm not a big fan of it in theory. Oh, we drew that card as a sickest card. That would have been a little bit better as in our opening hand, my friend. Unfortunate. Wait, that's bad because of Chenging. Why did you do that? That played right into my Chenging. What is that? What are we doing here? What are you doing? Hello? Question mark? What the hell is that? Compulse? Well, I mean, I might as well. Labyrinth set their field spell for fun. Thing is Labyrinth with Shifter? Witch's Strike incoming? Oh. Well, Witch's Strike isn't a counter trap, so I can Regulus negate it. Even if they have it. Oh wait, Regulus doesn't work under... Oh, it doesn't work under Shifter. That does nothing because of your own Shifter. Because it says send one to the graveyard, and if you do. That just does nothing. I have bad news for you, buddy. I have bad news for you. Bottomless trap hole. Easy. I think we're ready for Master Duel Worlds, chat. I think we're ready. This is perfect, perfect preparation. What are you playing? It was Labyrinth. Oh god! There was Sphere Mode! Thank god they didn't have Sphere Mode, dude. Holy shit. Oh, this hand is nice. Drew box? We played Drew box. We played 2 boxes. Why on earth? Why is Hornet drones just randomly 2 machine monsters? That does not make any sense. Wait, no, this is warrior. Hold up. It's not. This is 1. We're gonna make Ballista. We can equip Gear Frame to Regulus, which is funny. It could be 2 machines if you yeah, but you would need 2 Earths. You would need 2 Earth machines, which doesn't really work. Bro, this opener is the dream, literally, for this deck. We just have everything. Bro, we have everything. What the hell? So we decrease. The problem is we don't have room to bring back Jet Synchron and Gear Frame to make Liberian, but we could make Liberian here. Yeah, hold up. We're making Liberian first action, and then we just bring back Jet Synchron. Yeah. Bomb. Huh? Wonka S? Druis Worm. Be my guest. I got scared for a second. I'm not gonna lie. I was scared for a hot minute there. And now it begins. Now it begins. Look at this. This thing? Uh... This thing? And we get the barrel? I'm kind of tempted to shuffle some of my synchros back into the deck and keep going. I don't know how I would do that though. Hold up. Baron? The thing is, I'm out of tuners now. I'm out of tuners, chat. Hello. Oh, you can spare some of that. Okay, I guess. This. Oh. Swap frog. I'm just gonna draw Max C real quick. Imagine though. Imagine if that worked. Red. Not fair. Oh. That Zeus will not resolve. Why are you crashing into... Okay, you could have just ran over this, but be my guest. You realize that I have 2 Omni Negates right now, and even if you clear my board, I have 7 cards in hand, right? You realize that? Ever? No. No. We're not negating that. You can do that. You are okay to do that. Three, two, one. Okay, well, I started counting too late. Unfortunate. I started counting too late. Oh, damn. Okay, we'll play this until we lose. Oh, the 60 card mirror match. I hope they drew grass. Okay, Monka. What is that? Tearlaments? Sacred Tree? I think ashing that is good. Oh, Vernusilv. What is that deck? Naturia Vernusilvs? What does that mean? I mean, our deck, or in our hand, doesn't really lose to Nat Beast, because we can just gear frame for Fortress, but we'll see. What is Bamboo Shoot? Bamboo Shoot is no spells or traps? Or what is Bamboo Shoot? What is or is it special summons? I don't remember. Spell and traps. Okay. Oh, not Gallant Granite. Oh. You see, I thought this was just gonna be a Naturia deck, so I ashed the Sacred Tree. What do you mean, Transverser? Is this an FTK? I don't think so. I don't think you can FTK. Oh my god. Fossil Dyna! Miss. 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 The last one. I hate when that happens. I hate. It's always the last one, dude. It's always the last one. God damn it. I have to activate it. $22. Technically, we can top deck. We can top deck another gear frame next turn. GG, I was the block dragon. Don't gift a sub to Fossil Dyna. Stop. Oh, wait, no. Start of the battle phase, you can target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. We don't have an out. I didn't know that. Okay, we've played Karakuri until we lost. I do want to find out how you even play Tearlaments right now in Master Duel. I genuinely don't know how good Tearlament is right now, because I haven't played it since the last ban list update. Look, Discord maybe? Did you send me a tier deck? You sent me a tier deck. Okay, hold up. Just as annoying as ever. You see, I'm gonna have a couple of issues with Tearlaments, I think. Because I simply don't like the fact that it still does the same stuff as ever, but it's just less consistent. I hate that approach to ban lists. You guys know that I hate that. So we have one Saliak only. We probably play Heartbeat because it can get back Saliak. We play Crime. Ishizu cards are what? 1, 1, 1, 2. Max C. And then what? The rest is just filler, right? I mean, Goods is at 1. But like the rest is filler, right? It's just literally there's only 15 good cards left for Tearlaments. The rest is filler. It's kind of annoying. Bestials? I mean, we can play a small Bestial package, I guess. Like that. Rhoda for the Rhino Heart seems good. Super Poly Garura. Super Poly. We can try Super Poly. High Spirits. Thing about High Spirits. The thing that I don't like about High Spirits in theory is you only have 6 tier names it works with. I think that's a problem. Foolish Burial? Yeah, Foolish seems good. We could play Shadol. Beast. Talents, Diviner. Winda. High Spirits with Albion and Cartesia. Is there a way? Is there a good target to send for Grand Guignol that's an Aqua? I guess you could send Rule Kalos. How is nobody mentioning Chaos Ruler? Okay, how are we gonna make Chaos Ruler though? Like consistently. I'll give 10 subs if you play Prank Kids? Not right now. Not right now. Diviner. We can try the Diviner. We need, hold up, we need the sprites. Elf and Sprint. Then we need Redoer. We need Zeus. We need Dweller. We want Baguska, probably. I don't know if we have room for the Zodiacs. Probably not. Let's do Exciton. Mud Dragon. Dragostapelia. And then we probably need Entis, right? Jero, thank you for the 10 months. Energy, thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. Thank you. Dark, Nessie. We could play Dangerous instead of that. Why don't we play some Dangerous? They're good discards as well for Super Poly. Get it twisted? Yeah, right. Beatrice? Beatrice is kind of hard to make with only 2 Bestials. No, I don't like the danger idea. If this card is sent to the grave by card effect, send cards equal to the number of different... What do we do this? I'm not sure if I like this that much, but let me try it. Dark. I don't think 3 talents is it, but I just want to get a feel for this deck in this game. I haven't played it in a while. I don't think I've touched Tearlaments since the Master Duel Worlds qualifiers, genuinely, which is like 2 months by now or something. Let's just play a couple games and see how it feels. Want me to DM you my list? You can. Yeah, if you have one that you like right now. Okay, I'm just too good at Tearlaments, clearly. I'm just way too powerful with the Tearlament deck. I cannot be trusted with it, apparently. Ashes the Foolish. Okay. I think the correct order is to start with Sharon here. Like Pearl Rhino just to discard 1. Oh, wait, more? There's more hand traps. Which one do we want to discard for Sharon? Probably Sharon. I could have, because they have a response, I could have gone add Havness and just normal Seamare, Kid Close, add 1, grab Salyak, pass. I don't know. But now that I've added the Sharon, I'm gonna use it. Yeah, they have the Roach. Well, then they draw. They'll draw 2 with this probably. It is what it is. Agido. I'm gonna use Agido, I think. I'm not sure if this can be. Is this a mirror match? I'm just gonna Agido. Holy shit! Stop! Oh, they milled Gizmek. They milled a Gizmek Orochi. That's scary. Do I have a shuffler? I do not. Okay, well. We can try to get to a shuffler by popping... I could pop my own Kid Kalos here. I could go Chainlink 1 Kid, Chainlink 2 Pearl Rhino on the Kid Kalos. That way... I can mill 5 and try to see if I hit a shuffler. Against the Gizmek. I think that's fine. Because, like, I still have the Sharon on board to send with Soliak, which I'm going to grab Soliak. Or I could also grab Scream. But we'll see. I think that's fine. I'm pretty sure we just want Soliak. I don't think it's Scream. I think it's Soliak. Guarantees. We could also normal Seamare. And make a rank 4. It just gives them more draws for no reason. Okay, we have no shuffler. But we're gonna draw a card at least. I'm not gonna use Rhino. Okay, well. Well then. Opens Ash, Maxi, and DD Crow against Tearlaments and surrenders on turn 0. Strongest opponent. Quantal has sent me a list that is named Blind Second Tearlament, and it has 8 Bestials and Nibiru in it. Which I appreciate, but I'm pretty sure that is more catered towards the mirror match. And I'm not expecting any mirror matches right now, I'll be honest with you. Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay. I kind of don't want to discard my Heartbeat. Because I have a Kelbeck in hand. But I also milled Seamare. Well, we're gonna use both. Alright. Tearlaments is probably good for climbing if it works like that. People are just tired of seeing Tearlaments, so they just leave. That's how it works. So it's a good deck to get you through Platinum. I wonder if World's opponents will do the same. Probably not. Wake launch. Thoughts on playing Assault Synchron? Technically, I think you can. However, I think one of the problems with Assault Synchron in Master Duel, or specifically in Tearlaments as well, is that you're making a deck that, like, Tearlaments is not that weak to Maxi. Right? Tearlaments are completely fine against Maxi. But if you start using cards like those, like Dangers or Assault Synchron, you're gonna start losing to Maxi a lot more than you usually should. Wait, how is that not just Chaos Ruler? Okay. We're gonna be here for a while, chat. We're gonna be here for a while against this Dragon Link opener. That's a pretty damn good opener. Info, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the kind words as well. Thank you for the support. Recharger. Dragon Ravine. Did they negate Druis? I have not used Druis yet. Why would I have used Druis? Okay, so you're gonna discard what? Count. They played the full rocket engine. What are we sending? The Bestial Lubellion. Okay. Normal summon Tracer. Not special summoning it off of Food Sector. So now we're locked into Dark. Magna Rocket. What's happening? They typed rocket into the search bar and put all of them things in. All of them things are in that deck. Oh, we have 2 Striker Dragons. I forgot. What are they going to target? I think I drew as that. Link 2. What is that? Delingers? Oh, okay. So this comes back. And then this comes back so they can make Boral end here, right? And then bring back the recharger. So they still get to end on Boral end and Savage Dragon, which is annoying. But I don't think there's a way for me to prevent that. Like, okay, I can maybe banish the recharger later. Yeah, maybe I should have done that. But then they get to Lubellion. They probably get branded regain, so they draw more cards. I'm not sure if that was better. They could go Chaos Ruler to summon back Lubellion. They could do that as well, yeah. They could go Boral End, bring back Recharger, and then they could make Chaos Ruler. And then tribute the Chaos Ruler for Lubellion. Yeah, they could. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see if we can break this. Hold up. So we can't target it. And we can't target it with monster effects, and it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. So we just have to Zeus it, basically. Zeus it or... No, that's it. Zeus it. We need to Zeus it. Soliak works. Soliak works. Super Poly works. Oh my god, imagine drawing Super Poly. Ha, we play 3, right? I put 3 Super Polys in this. Oh yeah, Crime does not work. Crime does not work. I've been lied to. I prefer if they made Boral Savage, yeah. Because that's like a little bit more of a controlled environment. Because we can also really easily force the Savage by just linking the Druid Worm or some shit. We'll see. All right. Baldrake. Why would you use that now? I am a little bit confused as to why we did that just now, because this is your first turn. You realize that you just pass now? Oh, for Lubellion, I see. That actually does make a little bit of sense. That actually does make a little bit of sense. That makes it harder to play through this board a little bit. Oh, you're gonna use it now? Okay. It's a little bit annoying because the Savage Dragon is once per turn, right? The Savage Dragon is once per turn, so using it on their turn now means they can use it again on my turn. So it's not even, that's not even bad. Right now, I'm not playing through this. Right now, I go normal summon Rhino Heart. They negate it with Boral End. I go Sharon. Okay, never mind. Now it's fine. Right? Let's see. So normal summon Rhino Heart. They will probably Boral End. Beast does not work because they don't have a Bestial right now. And now we just go Heartbeat. This card, we could go Kid Kalos and start going off. But we can honestly also just make Mud Dragon with the Druid Worm. Make a rank 4. And blow everything up. And then we have a Rhino Heart next turn. But, oh no, we can't attack Recharger. We can't attack Recharger, you're right. Let's get rid of the Boot Sector launch first. This card... It's kind of same thing. I make Kid Kalos. How do I get to Zeus, this fool? I can't, because I didn't put in the Zodiacs. I can't Zeus this fool this turn. I guess we're just setting up. I think we're just setting up. I have to just set up. I think it's just Merle. Merle time. We could have also just grabbed Sulliak and probably would have been fine. But on the other hand, we can just mill Scream and then we get a free Sulliak. That's better. It's free real estate. We just mill Scream. That's easier. Told you. Just don't mill Sulliak now. Okay. The Rhino Heart is awkward. Yeah, we're not gonna use the Rhino Heart. We're gonna use... So this mill's only one card. This draws one. This adds one. And then we're not gonna use Rhino. There's Sulliak. Beast draws Sharon. Hello. Okay, that Kelbeck was bad for us. That Kelbeck was actually bad for us because they got Safered and we got nothing. Well, nah, actually we can use the Rhino Heart. We can use the Rhino Heart. Make Sprint, yeah. We pitch Rhino Heart because then we can pitch Sharon for Crime on their turn. Is there anything worth to Dark here? No. So we just Sprint. Here. Kaleido Heart. Merle. Rhino. Sharon. Oh. Is this main phase only or something? Or is this always? Quick effect. Okay. We probably just get the big dude out of here. So what I don't like right now is that our opponent is actually in the position to make a very good play, because I'm about to go Sulliak on Borland, I think. I think I'm about to go Sulliak on Borland. The problem is, if they are smart, which I'm not sure they are, but if they are smart, they can go Borland target itself, revive a rocket, then my Sulliak does not resolve. I don't get to send my Kaleido Heart. And then we are bopped. The other thing is, if they draw a Bestial here, you can't target itself? Hold up. Quick effect, you can target an effect monster on the field and rocket in the grave. Oh, neither player can target this card. Oh, I see. I was just checking on whether it said except itself or something, but it... Okay, never mind. Well, then we just hope they didn't draw a Bestial. They drew a Bestial, they are just nasty with it. If that's a Bestial, I'm literally crying. My face when I can't Fiendish Chain my own Borland Dragon, but you can. Farfa. You can. Alright. Let's see. Problem is the Kaleido Heart goes to graveyard. At that point we don't have a target to activate Crime. So if the Bestial comes out, we just literally... Goodness gracious. Thank God, dude. Thank God that they don't know what the hell is going on. You can't Bestial, you have no monster. And what is Sprite Sprint if it's not a monster? What is Sprite Sprint to you? It's your favorite spell card? Why am I so low on time? Monka Christ! Oh, we have Winda. So the only reason we could theoretically lose this is to this freaking safer that we milled for them. They can still play. It's not over. Because they can like... they can Seyfert, add back Lubellion. Lubellion adds Magnamut. They make Chaos Ruler. They go Battle Phase. They attack Winda. With the Chaos Ruler. Then they go Magnamut in Battle Phase still. Attack over Sprint. Main Phase 2 start playing maybe. There's a world. They can't out Winda. Okay, well. I could make Tracer a level 1. You know what? I like that. I'm making Tracer a level 1. No, he makes Cataster. No, he's not making Cataster. He has to summon Magna, attack Winda, and then he's playing main phase 2, which I think is okay. Because, like, what does he do with those cards in main phase 2? I'm not sure if there's anything crazy that they can do. Because most of their extra deck is gone. Well, they have 10 cards left in extra deck. How does Dragoning have this many cards left in extra deck? Oh, because I returned most of them. I returned Boral Savage, and I returned Oral End. He can pop Winda with Beast. Is this a competition now? Is this a competition on making me angry? Or what is going on right now? Oh shit, it's already 5 p.m. I didn't realize. The time flies when you activate Agido. Is there a new reveal video? Was there a reveal video or not? At 5 p.m. Yes, DZev has it? Okay, hold up. Let me pull that up. We're gonna watch that after this game. DZev. First look at illusion monsters. Alright. Oh no, branded regained. I think we're winning still. I don't know what they do here. Can they trigger this regain this turn? They get a Bestial in the end phase. It's actually not over. They can get rid of Kaleido Heart forever. Actually, no, they might be winning. I might need to top deck. They are winning. Yeah, no, they are winning. Just make seals here. End phase, search a Bestial? Nah. They're winning. How do I even outplay the Bestial? I need to top deck like Merly. Or Perla Rhino. Yeah, no, I don't want Merly. I want Perla Rhino. I've decided. I have bigger goals. I have bigger goals than just top decking Merly. Wait, end phase? No seals? They were not dark locked, I'm pretty sure. That doesn't really work. What Bestial did they add? The Druis Worm. Wait, no, we're still in this. This is a good draw. We can dark. Yeah. Can we? Nah, the breeze. Nah, we lose! We lose. How did we lose? Yeah, we lost. Unfortunate turn of events. They did not deserve that. It's fine. Okay, hold up. We shall watch this new Duelist Nexus reveal together before we leave. Kian, thank you for the 7. I don't know. Just see me at a tournament, I suppose. Hold up. Let's hop right in. First, look at illusion monsters. Also, the fact that they gave Doug illusion monsters instead of Altergeist is kind of ridiculous. It's kind of outrageous, even. It's like if they ever make Math Mech support, which hopefully they never do. I'm gonna be pissed if they don't ask me for that, because that'd be a banger video, and they know that. If they ever make Math Mech support, that should be revealed on my channel and my channel only.
The last monster type added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Was Cyberus all the way back in 2017. With the upcoming Duelist Nexus pack, however, we're finally getting a brand new monster type in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, Illusion. Some of the very first Illusion monsters are inspired by Yugi's Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast.
I expect these to be not very high rarity, because as cool as I think the artworks are and everything, competitively viable, pretty much not that good yet. Like, they're not that relevant.
Take a look at them. The first illusion monster I want to look at today is
I was literally about to say Max Ultra Rare for all of these, and the first one they show is a friggin' secret rare. Literally proving me wrong as I speak. I haven't even said the sentence and it's already wrong.
Magician. You might notice that this card shares a lot of stats with cards like Dark Magician, and also it has a pretty interesting ability. This card says if this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. This is an effect that you'll notice in pretty
If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. At the end of the damage step of this card battle, you can take control of that monster. Once per turn, start a damage step. If another monster attacks, you can destroy a card in the field. This card is not terrible. If it was printed in 2013, this is not going to be a good secret rare to pull. This is going to be probably one of the worst, if not the worst, secret rare in the set.
Much all of the illusion monsters in this set. At the end of the damage step, if this card battled an opponent's monster...
Also, what do you mean it shares stats with Dark Magician? It has the same attack as Dark Magician. The defense is different. What do you mean, Doug? Zeef? What do you mean? Shares stats with Dark Magician, has the same attack. Oh, goddamn, crazy. That's crazy. Never seen a monster with 2,500 attack.
At the start of the damage step, if another monster attacks, you can destroy one card on the field. The basic plan with Nightmare Magician is to attack an opponent's monster, steal that monster, and then attack with that to pop an opponent's card. Now, it might look a little bit difficult to get on the board, being a level 7 monster with no special summon effect, but as you'll see in just a few moments here, there is a way to special summon it very easily. Next up, we have Cornfield Coltl? Not really sure. It means serpent in another language, though, I'm pretty sure. Once again, if this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. Also, you can discard this card to add one monster that mentions Chimera Fusion from your deck.
Isn't it just Kotl? I thought it was Kotl.
To your hand except itself. And then finally, when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a card or cards you control, while you control Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast, you can banish this card from your field or graveyard, negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that card. It's going to be a moment before we look at the fusion monsters for this archetype, but I do want to note that they are treated as Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast when they're on the board. You're not only using these cards with the original Chimera the Mythical Beast.
This card's not bad, by the way. If this archetype ever becomes good, this card is strong.
Cornfield not only has a good in-hand effect that sets up your combo, but also it has a good graveyard effect that protects your board. Mirror Sword Knight is an illusion monster that you'll frequently add with that Cornfield ability on turn 1. This card says you can tribute this card, special summon one monster from your deck that mentions Chimera Fusion except itself. Additionally, when a monster your opponent controls activates its effect while you control Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast, you can banish this card from your field or graveyard to negate that effect. So you can already kind of see here what we're setting up. You have an in-hand effect that then sets up a graveyard ability, and then this is an on-field effect that sets up another graveyard ability. So while you're doing your normal combo, you are setting up interactions with your opponent in your graveyard. While there are multiple monsters that you can go into with the Mirror Swordsman effect, one of the most commonly summoned ones is Big Winged Berphomet. This is a level 5 monster, so it's particularly good to special summon it from your deck, then you don't have to worry about tributes or anything like that. This card says if this card is normal or special summon, you can add one at level 4 beast monster and or one Chimera Fusion from your deck to your hand. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except fusion monsters. If this card is sent to the graveyard as material for a fusion summon, you can target one illusion monster in your graveyard, special summon it. So this is a really powerful card because please note that you are actually able to add 2 cards to your hand on normal or special summon. That and or might look a little bit weird, but yeah, you get to
Do we already know all these? Well, the ones so far, yes, which is why I'm waiting for like the amazing news, but the ones revealed so far, we know. We're just
Beast
looking for the
monster
rarities
the
and
Chimera
maybe
Fusion if you
potential
really want
new
to,
introductions.
which most of the time you will. And while you could add that original normal monster Gazelle, the King of Mythical Beasts, if you wanted to, I think that most people will probably opt for adding Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws. This is a new monster that says, if this card is normal or special summon, you can add one level 5 Fiend monster or Chimera Fusion from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard as material for a fusion summon, you can add one illusion monster from your deck to your hand. Gazelle is great
Also a
because
good
it can
card.
help set up your combo on turn 1 by searching either the Baphomet or the Chimera Fusion, but also
What are the
helps set you
secrets
up
so
for the
far? We know Revolution Synchron, we know the Crimson Dragon, and now we know the Illusion Magician. Those are the three
following
we know.
turn as well. When it's used for fusion material, you can add a thing like Cornfield to your hand for the next turn, which ensures that you have a play even if you lose your entire board. We've heard about it a lot. Let's take a look at Chimera Fusion. This is a quick play spell that says, during the main phase, fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material, including a beast or fiend monster. During your main phase, if this card is in your graveyard and you have Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast on your field or in your graveyard, you can activate one of these effects. Either add this card back to your hand or banish this card, and if you do, special summon both one Gazelle the King of Mythical Beasts, the original one, and one Baphomet, the original one, from your deck and or graveyard. You can only use this effect of Chimera Fusion once per turn. What a card! So it is a really good quick play polymerization that you can obviously add to your hand a bunch of different ways, and it has a good graveyard effect that can either put two monsters on your board if you want to play those, or just add itself back to your hand, which is also really good. Notably, only the graveyard effect is a once per turn ability, so you can fuse multiple times in a turn. The first new card that you'll probably want to summon with Chimera Fusion is Chimera the King of Phantom Beasts. This is a monster that takes one beast monster plus one fiend monster to bring out, and it has a few powerful abilities. This card's name becomes Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast while on the field or in the graveyard. Keep in mind that that is a very important effect because we have two cards that have good graveyard effects if you control Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast. Furthermore, if this card is fusion summoned, you can activate this effect, send one random card from your opponent's hand to the graveyard during the end phase of this turn. During
was
your
ultra
opponent's
rare,
turn,
right?
quick effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target
Keep in mind that for these sets, every Ultra and Secret also gets a quarter century. So it's kind of like a big deal if like a card you get is like there's a big difference between a card coming in Super and Ultra. Like normally value-wise, that isn't a huge difference, but for this set in particular, it means you also get a quarter
beast,
century
fiend,
for
or
it.
illusion monster in your graveyard, special
Which is
summon
gonna
it.
look hype
What's cool
on
about
this
this
one.
card is that as long as you activate its effect when fusion summoned, it doesn't have to remain on the field to send a card from the opponent's hand to the graveyard. That's actually a pretty big deal because it means that you can use this card for a fusion summon after bringing it out and using that ability. And then while it's in the graveyard, just like with a couple of the other cards we've looked at, this one does have a graveyard effect that you can use during the opponent's turn. With this card in the mix, we can start to see a standard combo line develop as well. You can discard Cornfield to add Mirror Sword and then normal summon it, and then by tributing that swordsman, you can special summon the big winged Burmafit from your deck, and then that triggers to add both Mythical Claws and Chimera Fusion. From there, you can activate the Chimera Fusion to summon Chimera the King of Phantom Beasts, and then on a new chain, the King of Phantom Beasts, Gazelle, and Burmafit can all use their trigger effects. Off of just that one Cornfield, you're able to set up a
You call it Bear Mofet?
summon it, and then by tributing that swordsman, you can special summon the big winged Burmafit from your deck,
Burmafet.
and then that triggers to add both Mythical Claws and Chimera Fusion. From there, you can activate the Chimera Fusion to summon Chimera the King of Phantom Beasts, and then on a new chain, the King of Phantom Beasts, Gazelle, and Burmafit can all use their trigger effects. Off of just that one Cornfield, you're able to set up a board, have multiple interruptions in your graveyard, and send a card from your opponent's hand to the graveyard. And
It doesn't seem that bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. It doesn't seem that bad.
don't forget that during the combo, you get a lot of advantage over the opponent.
Okay, if you want my opinion on this, it's like I don't think that's good enough to make it a top tier deck yet. But because the illusion type is very, very new, I think it's very likely that it gets support. Right? I mean, because think back, I don't like saying it, but think about the first wave of Cyberus cards and look at where Cyberus is now. So like, you know, there's a world where this stuff gets viable because the baseline of these cards is definitely, they're not bad.
and you get follow-up for the next turn. Finally, we have Chimera the Illusion Beast. This is the big boss monster for this archetype. Let's take a look at what it does. It has 3100 attack, 2800 defense, and it says it takes Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast plus any 1+ illusion monsters to fusion summon. This card's name becomes Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast while on the field or in the graveyard, so of course you can have those graveyard abilities active. This card can attack monsters a number of times each battle phase up to the number...
Wait, no, this is already the first illusion monster that doesn't have that effect of like, I can't destroy stuff by battle. Oh no, it does. Never mind. I'm just blind. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. Never mind. I was about to complain.
If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. At the end of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can change that monster's attack to 0, also negate its effects. This is how you win the game. Chimera the Illusion Beast can hit a whole bunch of monsters, put them to 0, and negate their abilities, all without you having to do that much setup. Remember, these cards give you so much advantage when you're doing the combo that it's really not that hard to bring out a big fusion monster like this. And don't forget that your opponent doesn't really need a big board for this card to work. As long as they have one monster, you can summon this, attack it, put it to 0, attack at least one more time because you use 2 monsters to bring it out, hopefully more times though to maybe go for a game shot.
Wait, what's so crazy about him saying board? Can't you say board? Is that like a Konami thing that you can't say board in your video?
But even if you can't game your opponent,
it's called a field, Josh? Okay.
Just this card attacking one monster, you might have 1 or 2 other monsters on the board. Remember that the other illusion monsters can't destroy things by battle either. And with that, I feel like you can really see how this deck can win out of nowhere against unsuspecting opponents.
That is funny. The fact that I haven't thought about it that way, but like you change an opponent's monster to 0 and you can't destroy it by battle. So you can just like literally attack it. If all of your shit can attack that one monster, you can literally just friggin' destroy. Well, you can't destroy, but you can like completely attack that thing like 3 or 4 times to...
The last card we're going to look at in today's video is not technically part of the...
Is that new? No, I've seen this. Reveal a fusion in your extra deck, special summon one of the fusion materials whose name is mentioned on that monster from extra or grave. Yeah, I've seen that.
Illusion theme, but it deals directly with fusion summoning and it works quite nicely in a couple combos. Fusion Armament is a spell card that says reveal 1 fusion monster in your extra deck and special summon one of the fusion materials whose name is mentioned on that monster from your extra deck or graveyard, but until the end of your opponent's turn, it cannot attack and its effects, if any, are negated. So with Fusion Armament, you can use this to special summon the original Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast, from your extra deck, and then you can easily summon Chimera the Illusion Beast with even less setup than before. I think the first illusion monsters are cool, and I think what I like about them is that they can blend in with a lot of other fusion decks pretty easily. Specifically, Big Winged Burmafit can trigger...
Don't say Burmafit!
Even if sent to the graveyard from the deck for a fusion summon. That means if you send it to the graveyard with a thing like Branded Fusion or Shaddoll Fusion, you will still get that special summon of an illusion monster. And that is a nice benefit. You don't only have to use this card with Chimera Fusion, you can get that effect other ways as well. These cards also pair quite well with Guardian Chimera. Not only is it a Chimera name, so it's kind of thematically similar, but also it's just a really good fusion monster that rewards decks that can build a lot of advantage on the field and in their hand, and this theme can really do that. Anyway, that is all for today's video. Huge thank you to Konami for letting me reveal.
Well, there was nothing new in here, just some rarities. So we got low rarity on most of these, except for... It's funny, but on the one hand, this is good news because literally the only secret rare for illusion is Nightmare Magician. That's the only secret rare. And this is good and bad news at the same time. The good news is this card is awful, which means that you're not going to need it. You're not going to need it. If you want to build an illusion deck, you don't need it. You don't care. The bad news is also that this card is awful. It's also, it's bad news that it's awful because that means there's an awful secret rare in the set. And I am going to open it in my box that I'm going to open when this set comes out. There's going to be a Nightmare Magician and you know it. And it's not going to be quarter century. It's going to be a regular old ass €2 secret rare at max. And that's not good news. That's not good news. That's going to be in my hands the first day of release. All right, chat. That's gonna be it for today. Sorry for the disconnects. I'm gonna try the reset my router thingy and hope it's gonna be better tomorrow. But hey, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for all the support, all the subs, all the follows. Appreciate every single one of you. Hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Let me see where I can send you guys to. Let me see where we can raid today. Probably not Farfa because he's been chilling in chat. Probably not Nesh because he's been chilling in chat. So let me see who is alive. Where do we go? Well, we go here. I'm just picking someone that I haven't raided before. But don't break their OBS, okay? It's not Amaranth. We're not raiding Amaranth. No, we're not. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. We're raiding a good old Yu-Gi-Oh streamer. We're raiding a good old Master Duel streamer. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, everyone.